Good morning, everyone. So nice to see you all. Please take a seat if you are walking in. Yes. Okay. So on behalf of Studio Europa Maastricht, the province of Limburg, and the city of Maastricht, I would like to warmly welcome you at the gouvernement of Limburg, for today's conference, Euro at 20, Shifting Paradigms. My name is Annette van Soest. I'm a journalist, I'm a radio presenter, and I host a podcast, Café Europa, about European politics. And 30 years ago in this room, as you can see on your leaflet, your program, exactly in this room, 11 European heads of government and 1 head of state agreed to launch the EU and the Economic, Monetary Union. Quick question, who of you was born after 1992? Okay, that's a fair amount. Good to see you all. It's exciting to see that so many of you have decided to come to Maastricht and discuss the past, the present, and the future of the EMU and European economies. I also want to welcome those of you that are watching online. Welcome. Today we will discuss how the Economic and Monetary Union can promote the common good and ensure welfare for future generations. To start off, I would like to give the floor to Mathieu Segers. He is a professor of contemporary European history and European integration, and he is my fellow podcast host. Mathieu Segers.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, dear Executive Board of Maastricht University, dear Director of the Province of Limburg, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This autumn, war is coloring European history for the umpteenth time. But this autumn, we will also commemorate that World War I ended 104 years ago. According to the British historian Norman Davies, the outbreak of the First World War marks the beginning of a period of 75 years, the period during which Europe was divided by what Davies had called the longest of Europe's civil wars, lasting from 1914 until 1990. The longest of Europe's civil wars only ended in 1990, with the peace treaty with and regarding Germany. And it was this treaty that put an end to the Order of Yalta and Potsdam and reunited Germany. But there was more to it. The peace treaty of 1990 also laid the foundations for the end of the Cold War and the reunification of Europe. And that historic reunification of Europe was facilitated by the process of European integration and re-enshrined in the Treaty on European Union, signed in this city, the city of Maastricht, now almost 31 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2017, at the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the Treaty of Maastricht, Federica Mogherini, the then High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, gave a speech here in this very banquet hall of the province of Limburg. And in her speech, Mogherini concisely summed up the grand ambitions which were put in writing back then. And I quote her, "The Treaty of Maastricht was a revolution. For the first time in the history of the world, building peace became the aspiration of an entire continent." Federica Mogherini is a child of the 1990s. She was born in 1973 and went to university in the early 90s. In her speech, now 5 years ago, Mogherini recalled the spirit of that time in Western Europe and said, "I remember very well the hopes of my generation at the end of the Cold War, the bold hopes and expectations for a new global order. I remember this too, and many others in this room may remember it too. But now that war is back in Europe, we may ask ourselves that uneasy question. Did we lose that spirit? What's left of it? Which lessons should we draw from the past 30 years, as the unforeseen circumstances of European history are so challenging and daunting again as they are today. It was already in the year 1990, that future year in which the artist formerly known as Prince threw the best party ever at last. It was in that year, 1990, that the Polish philosopher Zygmunt Bauman asked a pressing question, and I quote Bauman: "How does it come about that the human ability to imagine a better world was not among the trophies of victory?" End of quote. Bauman was referring to the unbelievable victory of the 1990s, the unbelievable victory of Europe over its own history. And his question: why did we lose the ability to imagine a better world? That pressing question. Today, this question is more relevant than ever. Did we fool ourselves in Maastricht with the creation of the European Economic and Monetary Union, that highly technocratic undertaking that seemed to enable us to push back the daunting history of European politics once more, escaping history one last time, reveling in the comfort of efficiency and the endless policies of upscaling? Ladies and gentlemen, Europe is so many things at once that it remains far too complex to be fully understood through efforts of the human brain. This is a truism for today's Europe of European integration, just as it was a truism for all those Europes of the past. But let us focus on the Europe of European integration. Some of the founders and shapers of this post-war Europe were among the first to fathom something of the endemic paradoxes at the very heart of contemporary Europe's history. And those founders and shapers have come in many types and sorts, but they have one thing in common. Men like Jean Monnet, Robert Schuman, and François Mitterrand, they knew that the Europe of welfare, security, and well-being, l'Europe qui protège in their language, could only be built with a certain amount of imagination and ideas, une certaine idée de l'Europe. In their vision, a market alone doesn't suffice, quite on the contrary. A feel for the arts, and the art of politics in particular, comes closer to Europe's basic needs in uncertain times. Ladies and gentlemen, now and then in Western Europe's post-war history, self-confident men in West Germany, such as the chancellors Konrad Adenauer, Helmut Schmidt, and Helmut Kohl, recognized the mystifying European calls from the other bank of the river Rhine. This was the seduction of reconciliation calling. Its language wrapped in speeches and personal letters. Its historical context, die schwierige Nachbarschaft am Rhein, in the words of the prominent speaker and eminent and seasoned grensganger, who will take the floor here today within a few minutes after my opening words. Ladies and gentlemen, at these historic moments, when Adenauer, Schmidt, and Kohl recognized the European calls from France as an opportunity for Franco-German reconciliation, at these historic moments of brilliant weakness, those German leaders transformed themselves into politicians of passionate European action. Perhaps they did this because they believed to see a glimpse of realism at an up to then invisible moral high ground, a strongly continentally colored pan-European realism of a peculiar sort, romantic in nature, just in feeling, a realism that eclipsed statistics and cost-benefit calculations. In the European politics of our times, Angela Merkel and Olaf Scholz have been mimicking the best practices of these West German European dinosaurs, but mostly without the pathos. Ladies and gentlemen, the high hopes of the Europe of the 21st century have been made explicit here in Maastricht, but they are now visible mostly in Kiev. They are not so visible anymore here. Too few here in the heartland of the Europe of European integration know about their existence. And given this political reality, it is indeed very urgent that we start practicing what we have been preaching in the founding decades of European integration and in the European treaties, but now in a setting of war, escalating crises, and the growing European vulnerability and insecurity. To do so, we must find new ways to safeguard the high hopes of human rights, the ideals of reconciliation, and the audacity of anti-totalitarianism on which the glory of the post-war West and the European civilization thrive. And in this, we can no longer allow ourselves to wait and see, to muddle through, and trusting that our American partners will provide guidance and security when need be, and lead the way. We must take the European future in our own hands, doing it in a European way, rooted in the lessons of history. I now will end my opening words with a few thoughts on European Economic and Monetary Union, that mega project that was at the very heart of the Treaty of Maastricht, and reconfirmed Franco-German friendship as the fundament of European integration in the post-Cold War era. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not only war that is back in Europe, on our continent. The same is true for poverty and hunger, although these two were never really away. Back in the 1940s and 1950s, the founders of European integration saw the Great Depression of the 1930s and the devastating inequality, nationalism, and racism it unleashed as a key cause of the horrific violence which had raped Europe during the Second World War. From this history of the 1930s, they drew a very important conclusion. And that conclusion is, the battling of poverty in Europe had to be at the core of their mission. That mission which their American friends and partners summarized as building Europe. Building Europe, malgré tout. What we may have forgotten now is that in those days of the 1940s, the battle against poverty was also understood as a fight against unregulated capital markets. Or in the words of Henry Morgenthau, the US Treasury Secretary in the 1940s, and I quote Henry Morgenthau, "The task that the statesmen should set themselves is to drive the usurious moneylenders from the temple of international finance. The institutions of a new international order ought to be instruments of sovereign governments and not of private financial interests." End of quote. Early 1940s, Secretary of Treasury of the US, Henry Morgenthau. And indeed, capital controls would become the true and only backstop in the system of Bretton Woods that was created then and would serve as a securing framework in which the Europe of European integration could be built up, while winning the confidence of its people by a pan-Western social contract that has been characterized as Keynes at home, Smith abroad. This was a multilateral framework within which the solidarité de fait that Robert Schuman had promised when he proposed the European Coal and Steel Community in May 1950 could be delivered indeed. In the monetary union and the Eurozone of today, this essential part of the mission of building Europe, the battle against poverty, may be very relevant again. And the same might be true for the interlinked battle against monopoly and oligarchy, and the vested interests and inequalities they nourish. These battles have been at the center of the founding of European integration. It might be high time to re-recognize this part of contemporary European history. Maybe the Next Generation EU Fund, the EU Recovery Fund as it's also called, can be a first step in this direction, also developing the still mainly empty E of EMU, Economic Union. Ladies and gentlemen, it is exciting and important that the city of Maastricht and the province of Limburg, together with Maastricht University, seek ways to actively strengthen the scholarly academic work with regard to these very big and urgent questions for our Europe today. And that this effort has been recognized through the European Heritage Label, which was awarded to the Treaty of Maastricht in 2018. With today's conference and the two-day academic conference that will follow on Wednesday and Thursday, Maastricht University and its partners aim for the highest level of debate and discussion and strive for a better understanding of our Europe and its present and very pressing challenges. On behalf of all the organizers of today, it is wonderful, really wonderful, to welcome you all here to participate in this undertaking the coming days. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's a great honor and a pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Joachim Bitterlich to give the keynote lecture of today. Professor Bitterlich at the moment is Vice President of the Jacques Delors Institute, but he is also an illustrious man of action in the Europe of European integration. Bitterlich is a very experienced European diplomat and ambassador. And moreover, Joachim Bitterlich was at the epicenter of the coming about of the Maastricht Treaty, as a Zeitzeuge, as the year-long and most important political advisor in European affairs to Chancellor Helmut Kohl. May I invite you to come to the stage to deliver your keynote lecture of today, Professor Bitterlich, and may I thank you for your attention.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much to you, Professor Segers, for your introduction, for your sensitive words about the context, where we have been and where we are. It's an invitation to leave totally what I've prepared for this morning. But well, I should stick to what I've been asked for. Ladies and gentlemen, the political and economical agenda of autumn 22 has four main components. First of all, the ongoing Russian war against the Ukraine and its consequences. Second, the deep global economic change with a downturn towards recession, not only due to this conflict and to raising energy prices and speculations, but probably even more to the change of Chinese economic policy and to its conflict with the US. You can add the major errors, in my eyes, of our economic and business leaders in the last, let's say, 10, 20 years, especially in the last 5 years. They have been sleepwalking to some extent. Two catchwords may illustrate best the situation: in time and supply chain. Our European economic design is not dead, but needs real reforms and reflection. Third, the risk of an euro crisis due to the Italian elections and to, let's say, beginning speculations about it, and potential developments there. And the risk we see through the debt not only of Italy, but of France too. Fourth, the US midterm elections early November. In this, what they call in Berlin Zeitenwende, bouleversement du temps, ou de l'ère, ou de l'époque. All areas are hit. Politics and politicians are not at all innocent. Europe has been sleepwalking to a large extent for too long time. Strange enough, after the series of crises hitting us since 2007, with to some extent finally successful permanent crisis management, but too short-term orientated. As a matter of fact, we enter into a period of volatility, uncertainty, insecurity, sort of new Cold War, including conflicts. These are geopolitical and geoeconomical unrests and imbalances expressed in our little European world by growing inflation, risk of economic recession, and risks for the Eurozone, risks for the European Union as such, that remains largely a geostrategic desert or dwarf. The world around us is in move, changing faster since more than 10 years and with less and less order. What are, under these circumstances, changing the state of the euro at 20 and of the EU? And what are the perspectives? We cannot evaluate the situation, this inventory, without having a short look backwards at the astonishing genesis of the euro over the last 30, not only for 20 years. Johannes. I do it in catchwords, in a sort of stenograph, and at the same time as a reference, and with respect to the project of oral history conducted by Matthew Segers. The launch, remember please, spring 1988 till December 91. 3.5 years of intensive discussions, deliberations and negotiations in 3 phases after the second relaunch of his European vision. First, the Delors Committee, the keys, the leader Delors, in close cooperation, by the way, with Kohl, more than many people have seen. And the central bankers on a personal basis, the words that Hans Tietmeyer had added in order to give a little margin of maneuver to the German central bank president, who was Hans Otto Pöhl. And in Hanover, June 1988, the date of the birth or the conception of a euro. Second, a PrepCom, and then the IGC, Italian, Luxembourg, and Dutch presidencies, Italy following, interestingly, German advice, and not the French one, who tried to accelerate the whole movement towards the euro. Third, the negotiations towards what I call the German model, or the copy of the Deutschmark at European level. The Europeanization of the Deutschmark, yes. The European currency under German conditions. Otherwise, Germany would not have been able to agree. An operation of high risk, of highest risk, for Chancellor Kohl or for any other German leader. We would have lost a referendum if existing in the German constitution. The Deutschmark, the symbol of a German resurrection after World War II and of the economic German miracle. The Deutschmark existing before the flag, the constitution and the parliament. And the 3 basics then of the euro. Independence of the ECB, never really accepted in France, even till today, to a certain extent. No economic government controlling the central bank, against the wish of the French at that time. And third, the seat of the European Central Bank in Frankfurt, with, let's say, due to the genius Jean-Luc Dehaene, the former Belgian Prime Minister, and his team. And at the same time, the euro, and there has been, even among historians, this misunderstanding. It has not been the Deutschmark sacrificed on the European altar in order to get the German unification. These were 2 parallel movements, and not one depending on the other. The years of preparation then, leading to the euro. First, the monetary crisis of '92, forgotten by many people in Europe, as means of confidence building. September '92, the rescue of the French franc and later of the lira by the German government and by the German Bundesbank, following a demand expressed by Chancellor Kohl. There you see a central bank is not neutral. Independent, yes, but not neutral. Is it in the heart of politics? The Bundesbank has been under fire at that time because of its interest rate policy in the aftermath of the German unification. Typical Bundesbank, but not sufficient to explain the bad shape of certain European economies at that time. Then the adjustments in the 90s, the Growth and Stability Pact of 1997. Kohl was under pressure in Germany by his Bavarian partner, the CSU. Weigel's reassurance and the absence of the German Social Democrats at that time. Real success story of his? Question mark. And then the famous problem of a criteria and of a list of the founding members. The criteria, the famous 3 and 60%, a French invention at the end of the day. And a never-ending debate. 11 founders, yes. And with one special, let's call it risky case, which has in reality never contested inside the body, Italy. And then we had 2 accidental cases, if you want. I call them accidental cases, Greece and Cyprus. Today we are 19 plus 1 from the 1st of January 23, Croatia is coming, with 6 tolerated or authorized free riders in Europe. And then, to end this preparation period, the critical moment of truth of the 1st of May 1998. The nomination of the first ECB chairman, with Chirac's lost poker game by damaging the weakened Helmut Kohl, left alone and under pressure by a partly illoyal coalition in Bonn. Only Juncker was with him at that time. The result, what I call the Duisenberg Declaration after midnight in Brussels, and I had the honor to be the note-taker in this story. And the other last critical move, underestimated by many people, but important in scope for our people. The best and the most suitable exchange rate between the national currencies and the new euro. The euro replaced the ECU 1-to-1, appropriate step. The poor citizens obliged to divide the price by 2 or by 6.5 or even by 2,000. Windfall profits and inflationary tendencies avoidable at that time. But please, them lessons of 20 years now. Shift of paradigm. For me, question mark. First, the limping union and the weakness of economic cohesion in Europe. Referring to a reflection of a former US central banker, who is an old friend of mine, he said to me, well, isn't it strange that you never compare the development of 2 federal systems, the Eurozone and on the other hand, the US system. ECB and Fed, aren't there comparable differences and common lessons to learn? Or why are these Europeans not willing to listen to the experience of the American side with regard to federalism? The banking, later financial and economic crisis of 2008 to 2010, imported, yes, from the US, but showing up all the European weaknesses, the lessons. What are the lessons? Well, in 2010 we reached in reinforcing structures, the Eurogroup with its own chairman, more control, the European semester, coordination and control by the Commission and the pairs, sufficient? Question mark. The ESM, the European Stability Mechanism, what I call the wriggling out authority now. It should become, for me, a real, full-fledged European Monetary Fund. Why not yet, in my eyes? And today, in the light of the COVID and the international economic crisis, what about the stability of our banking system? Banking union, the word you find in each conclusion of the EU in the last 12 or more years. Do we dispose really about a performing and secure system that economy and customer appreciate? Not in my eyes, at least. I can't read anymore all these conclusions about the subject or the growing number of marvelous texts reducing the responsibility of the bankers. Is the world of banks only composed by big shots? Why didn't we try much harder to consider, let's say, our more national or regional banking scene, such as the Sparkassen or the Genossenschaftsbanken in Germany or the Crédit Mutuel in France, as an equal, perhaps better, backbone of our banking system, leaving the international scene to the big shots? Same importance for me the revision of the criteria, eternal and young debate. Is it right today to take out the defense expenditure? Yes, in my eyes. What about investments? Question mark. Isn't it to a certain extent a particular French debate in order to avoid a critical stage with spread consequences due to the national debt development? Question mark. Do we need a new approach looking at debt and inflation with other eyes? The European institutions, at least in my eyes, should be authorized to engage for a limited number of purposes and with a limited amount a European common debt. I say openly, well, there is the case of a European Recovery Fund, yes. Frankly spoken, I would have tried to reach it with a more simple method. We had used once, more than 10 years ago, 1988, by extending the structural funds and adapting their conditions. But a real example of such an agreement of a limited debt could be the EMF, in my eyes, the European Monetary Fund, or specific investments ensuring the survival of the European economy and of its model. Or third example, research. I come back to this. And then the last word, political union, is this other catchword of, let's say, the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s. Political union, term invented by Helmut Kohl in 89, in a letter to Mitterrand. At the beginning, a common title for real progress with regard to internal security, foreign affairs and defense, and competences of the European Parliament. Let's call it legitimacy. Where we are, it's still till today the weak side of European integration. The future, lessons learned, reforms. Despite the different crises, the euro is still now a real European success story. Still a short one, yes, but the Europeans were able not only to survive the crisis, but to strengthen, to some extent at least, and to develop the system. This autumn, once again, in front of a high potential, high risk, politics in Italy, partly hit in France, both with a policy and a debt inviting speculation to test a risky game, as Germany is actually in a relatively weak position. Compared to Greece, Italy is another level of threat against the euro. I'm relatively confident. We had a real chance with our ECB presidents, Duisenberg, Trichet, Draghi, and Lagarde. And do not forget their teams and the national central bankers, who are, let's say, imposing what I call the internal balance in this field. Not everybody likes the German system. As a typical compromise, it's never perfect. But it needs further improvement. A new impetus is needed. The structures of the euro till today reflect the internal difficulties, divergences, and mistrust. Is dual leadership still appropriate? Are member states ready to hand over the last word in this area, in key areas, to the ECB and or to the European Commission? I do not see this willingness in any member state, perhaps in some smaller, yes. Are we able to overcome the stalemate to create common fiscal rules for the Eurozone? Look at the recent proposals of the ECB or the French Treasury or of the German government. And what about banking union and capital markets union? Strange subject. In fact, in all these areas, the euro is accompanying measures. The progress towards a federal system is extremely slow. The fiscal rules and all the accompanying measures, such as compensation, should be federal and European in order to dispose of a credible counterweight to the dollar and soon to the renminbi, becoming at the end of this year probably the number 3 of the world currencies. In general, I prefer pragmatism to ideological answers. I'm aware people do not want the United States of Europe in this old, let's say, scheme of post-World War II. But probably something more complex, where Brussels and the member states find their role and place. The double-head system remains, at least for a transition, necessary in Europe. Better would be a real European federal system. But this includes, by the way, not only the European Parliament, but the integration of national parliaments in the scheme of Europe. The latter have still to be included. I'm waiting for this. And the geopolitical view of the Europeans remains underdeveloped, even in the area of geoeconomics and geofinance. The free world would be better off with two pillars, the dollar and the euro. The US should understand and build such a system with the Europeans. But what are, under these conditions, what is the role of member states and institutions, in particular France and Germany? Both are fighting with their difficulties. Their reflex is more national than European. I'm a bit more optimist with regard to Germany, even if the Germans have actually tremendous difficulties to find their way in Europe. Zeitenwende, in my eyes, is not yet sustainable. First signals, yes, but I'm waiting for others. I'm worried more about France, for too long time muddling through, not able to launch reforms in all key areas of a state. Both need more than ever support by friends, not by the European Commission, which is too interest-driven in the past. In the past, the Benelux countries have often taken over this role. Where are they? And why not launch a political and economical audit of the Eurozone by a small group of wise men? Much more important, in my eyes, would be, in parallel to the policy of the ECB, a convincing and solemn appeal in favor of the necessary reform steps in order to assure the self-assertion, the survival of our continental political and economical system in the longer run. The question I put to friends since weeks is, who would be the best to launch this urgent exercise? The most important elements, partly to be tailor-made for different countries, are, and I've noted 9, not 10, typically German, but 9. You may add perhaps others. 1, to complete, as said before, urgently the instruments of the ECB. This needs a relaunch and a clearly federal approach in all these areas, in particular the European Monetary Fund as the strongest symbol in Europe. Second, assure the strategic autonomy of the European economy, in particular reduce the dependence of certain suppliers, diversification of our imports. 3, review our policy of competition to be completed especially by external elements. 4th, review our policy of research. Introduce the model of the American DARPA for disruptive innovation in order to reduce the European backlog in key areas against the US, against China, as proposed by an initiative I've been participating for the last 3 years. 5th, an energy policy, if not really common, but at least compatible and coherent despite of all our divergences, and with the creation of a real European grid, able to exchange electricity among our countries within the same second. We could reduce our consumptions by 10 to 15% by this. Underestimated, no one tries to attack this area. It's not the most costly exercise, could be done in rapidly time. 6, come back to commercial agreements with third countries and partners, including Latin America and the US. Much of our remaining protectionism in Europe is too blind. 7th, review entirely our policy towards Africa. I think this is for me one of the most urgent areas where Europe is not able, let's say, to develop a real partnership with Africa, is our next continent south, with risks of immigration, with risks of hunger, you mentioned, and real risks for our future. But up to now, we are sticking, let's say, to old policy means of the 1950s, 1960s, just post-colonial. Nothing new, no real cooperation. And I take always the same example. Some years ago, I was invited by the community of the East African states. And my first question was, what are, for you, the 10 most important projects you would like that Europe take them over? And the astonishing answer of two heads of state was, you are the first one putting this question. Till now, the Europeans are following their examples, not ours. There we need a real change of African policy. 8th, develop the European defense, the European pillar in NATO, and at the same time an autonomous European defense, including, I'll add this, a new transatlantic pact with the US, including defense, trade, and investment. Last subject for me, last but not least, it's an internal subject. Overcome by a political dialogue, the split, the schisma between Eastern and Western Europe, which is a dangerous development that could derail the European integration. Ladies and gentlemen, these existential challenges underline we cannot just continue as done in the last years. We cannot just muddle through from one meeting to the next, as it seems the new policy of the European Central Bank. We need a more long-term view. We have to act courageously. We need, if not a vision, but at least a compass for the years ahead, concentrated on essentials. This demands, I know, leadership, urgency, and strategic thinking in acting. I think conferences like here should contribute to launch such a debate in Europe and exert a certain pressure on governments to execute it. Thank you very much.
I want to give the audience the opportunity to ask you a couple of questions, Dr. Joachim Bitterlich. Thank you so much for your speech. Are there any questions from the public? We have Job with a microphone. Maybe you can think about it a little bit, because I already have one prepared. Because in your speech, you're very critical about the geopolitics of the EU, or better, the pace.
We do not have any common foreign policy.
But
we are still in the beginnings.
You say the European Union is still a geostrategic desert, but haven't you seen any improvements since President von der Leyen launched her geopolitical commission? Because it's...
Well, she has been one of the first, let's say, underlying what I call our problem towards Russia and Ukraine, towards this war launched by the Russians. Yes, but that's all. Where is the real geopolitical view of this commission? When I just take the subjects I've mentioned, with regard, let's say, to geoeconomics and geofinance, where are, let's say, the reflections and the actions of the Europeans? And this is not only the Commission. The Commission can never be better than the member states allow it. This is the old thesis, it's clear. But where are our actions and reflections and actions towards, let's say, a more geopolitical view?
Well, there is the strategic autonomy, which is high on the agenda.
Yes,
Which is also
I think it has been launched years ago.
but you haven't
And
seen
no
any.
one has
any
taken
proof.
note of it in reality. No one has been trying to define it. I had a real quarrel in France when I asked the French to define it in a clear way, looking at different areas. In defense, it means something different than it means in commercial affairs. In development aid, it means something else again. When you look at the economy, for me, the highlight has been what I call microprocessors in the last years. I had a long debate with one of the leading CEOs in Europe about the subject. And he explained to me the subject of our lack of microprocessors has been seen in Europe at least since 2016, 17 at least. You have to know, in order to launch a new factory, you need at least 4 years, under best circumstances. But we could have done it from this very moment. In reality, what we have done, well, we have launched the first projects now, 2021, 2022, with a certain delay. And our whole supply chain was broken to some extent. Why the hell all these, let's say, leaders of, for example, the automobile industry in Europe have been waiting for such a time? And why they have allowed this total dependence on, let's say, purchases somewhere in the world, not with real partners, partly, but not existing in Europe. Why the hell? We have been waiting for such a time.
Too little, too late, you say.
4 years too late. And add one incident, totally underestimated in Europe for a certain time, this famous accident of his freighter in the Suez Canal. The supply chain for many things in the automobile sector in Europe have been interrupted for weeks and weeks. It was panic in the orchestra, yes, but that's all. No consequences.
We have a question from Graham Bishop, who is in our first panel in just a little bit.
Yes, thank you. First of all, Professor Bitterlich, thank you very much indeed for your comments. Your comments about the treaty which was signed here just brought it all flooding back to me. The negotiations at the time and the compromises and so on. So thank you very much for that. My question is about energy policy, which merges into defense. You made the point about the lack of a common electricity grid. You could say the same about gas, and say the same about oil. It's been talked about for years. It is so blindingly obvious, and particularly with Russia, Mr. Putin, President Putin, obviously being an unpleasant person, which we've known since he invaded Crimea. Why did we not take the lesson from that and stop Nord Stream 2 and make quite sure that there was an electricity grid and a natural gas ports all the way around the coasts and connected up so we could rely on the rest of the world for gas without being reliant on Russia?
First, Germany sleepwalking. It's true. But for the Germans, the Russians have been, let's say, the reliant supplier of gas, of cheap gas. American gas would have been more expensive. And fracking. The Germans are against fracking gas. Ecological, okay, I don't want to discuss. But as the Germans, were, blind in their dependence on Russia. And please don't forget the whole discussion about nuclear. I said last week in Paris, Macron should have been asked Scholz to remain open the last 3 nuclear power plants in Germany for the next 10 years in order to save France. France is in an extremely difficult situation for this winter. There's a certain panic ongoing in Paris.
As is Germany.
As well, Germany, the panic has been reduced. It's a strange discussion. I don't speak about politics because I can't understand them. But it's true. And don't forget, this whole development was more ideologically linked than looking, at facts. Much more. For example, the Germans stopped in 1999, and Mrs. Merkel has made a certain contribution to it. We have forgotten it, okay. The Greens stopped the nuclear power from 2020 on. But they have forgotten totally your neighbor, North Rhine-Westphalia. Because in North Rhine-Westphalia, in that period, we had a so-called red-green coalition, and they had asked Berlin, their counterparts in the Green Party, Treaty, not to touch upon coal. And I've been asked by green negotiators during the coalition negotiations in Berlin what to do. And my answer was, keep open the last 3 nuclear power plants for the next 10 years, and this would allow you to leave earlier coal, much earlier, 5 years at least, and this would avoid to build 6 new gas power stations in Germany. The answer was silence on the phone, 1 minute. And at the end, well, probably you are right to the facts, but we can't ask this to our electorate. Full stop. If this is politics today, please let's wake up.
We have another question. Yes.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for a very interesting speech. I come from Romania, but I traveled and worked and studied abroad, and I conferenced across many countries, 40 countries across the world, just returned from Casablanca Forum. I have 3 questions for you, if you allow me. First of all, regards the global economic order. We had 2 exogenous shocks, the coronavirus pandemic and the events in Ukraine, the crisis in Ukraine. So from your point of view, do you think we are close to, let's say, moving towards a new world economic order? Because in the past, every time after wars or after shocks, we saw, let's say, the start of a new world economic order. And in this context, I would like to emphasize the fact that Europe, it's, let's say, missing again the chances determined, let's say, by this total confrontation, economic confrontation between US and China. My second question regards the future and the challenges across the Eurozone, because I'm coming from Romania. Romania is outside of the Eurozone, but I always monitored what's happening in the Eurozone. So we had the crisis, the Great Recession starting in 2007 with 2 waves in Europe, the private debt crisis and the public debt crisis, a severe adjustment for the Eurozone. Actually, the Eurozone started the post-crisis cycle only in the autumn of 2013, so 6 years following the outbreak of the crisis. And then we had a new economic governance in Europe that determined, let's say, an improvement of the risk perception. Nowadays, the risk perception in the Eurozone hit a record low level. If we look at the consumer confidence in Germany, it's at a record low level. So this session is unavoidable in the Eurozone in the short run. My question is, do you think we are at the moment when nothing has to be done instead of complete, let's say, federal integration of the Eurozone, because we had the new governance, new economic governance starting 2012 with the fiscal compact, with the banking union, uncompleted until present, so the banking union is not functioning, capital markets union not functioning, energy market not functioning, so we had ideas, but actually none of these ideas were fully implemented. So do you think it's now the time or the last minute in order to move forward towards political union federal budget, because at present the maneuver room in terms of economic policy in the Eurozone is very limited. We have no maneuver room in terms of monetary policy, we have no maneuver room in terms of fiscal policy. With
Very long question. I'm going to interrupt you, sorry, because we are we have a full program. No, sorry. We only have time for 2 questions, sorry. So I would like to give you the opportunity to answer those.
China would, let's say, another conference. But I listened yesterday to the chairman of the European Chamber of Commerce in Beijing, opening eyes to Europeans, and I would have preferred that many other Europeans listen to Jörg Wuttke, who is what I call the most experienced Europeans in China, with a certain freedom. He is able to tell to the Europeans what he thinks about China. New order, no. I don't see up till now an upcoming new order. Some people in Moscow were dreaming about this new order composed by Russia, China, and India. I think the Indians have their self-interest, the Chinese too. They see the Russians for the moment perhaps as a junior partner, no more. They are becoming more and more critical towards the Russians. They take their distance, but they don't want what I call to depend on the US. What I need more than ever, to some extent, is on the one hand, is a certain American leadership with a geostrategic eye, not only a national American eye, question mark. Biden is, let's say, perhaps the last American president open to us Europeans, if we take the risk of a re-election of Trump in 2 years. Be aware of this. And we have a real vital interest in concluding, let's say, a new long-term arrangement with the US. On the one hand, not following the US in every field now, following a certain, let's say, autonomous, but at the same time, a certain partnership with the Americans, yes. Europe can't be, let's say, in an equal distance between the US and China. The Chinese are actually fighting with their own system. They are in trouble, in internal trouble. They have a real, let's say, real estate problem. It's not only a problem, it's more than a crisis. And the Chinese leadership is actually, let's say, more or less muddling through. Hong Kong for me was to be expected because of national cohesion, yes. They have developed, let's say, for COVID reasons, let's say, a double economy, one internal, one external, in parallel, never seen before. If it works, question mark. I have doubts about the Chinese development. And on the other hand, you see, even Europeans or Americans need to some extent the Chinese production and the market. Yes? When I look at, I discussed yesterday with BASF in Germany, for them, the market of chemistry is 50% Chinese. And therefore, they need to some extent China. In other areas, we could reduce, yes, more strategic autonomy of the Europeans towards others. It would be more expensive, yes. Simply said, or in a populist way, well, you could buy in future 2 t-shirts from Europe instead of 10 from China, yes. We have to reflect on our consumption. And US-China, I hope it will go towards, let's call it, a limited conflict zone, controlled to some extent, as Kevin Rudd has explained it. I hope so very much. It's in the interest of both sides. Your second question, yes, I think we need a real new impetus in favor, let's say, of a stronger federal integration, even if it's a compromise. I take the example from defense and foreign policy. When I developed in the early 90s the initiatives with the French about a common foreign and security policy, by the way, if you read today the texts, nothing of these initiatives has been implemented. Nothing. Nearly nothing. We had another conception, Hubert Védrine and myself, at that time. And Chancellor Kohl said to me always, I will sign your initiatives, but please be aware, the very last step of European integration will be foreign and security policy, because of the traditions, because of history, because of, let's say, the self-esteem of a certain number of member states. Please be aware you need steps And you need same or similar steps in other areas. Therefore, with regard, the same applies to home and security affairs. You have to accept certain intermediate steps before, let's say, a conclusive right step. You need to build up confidence between what I call Brussels and the member states. You have to develop what I call the right balance between the two, even for the future. I had my harsh debates on my entry to the Chancellor's office with the Chancellor about the term United States of Europe. This was a term in all CDU programs since 1949. And I said to him, stop it, please. Europe can't be, and there's this misunderstanding, United States of Europe and United States of America. We will never be the United States of America. Europe has its own. We have to develop our own, let's say, structures for this. And we need, let's call it a coalition, a real agreement between central authorities and our member states. Therefore, my demand for years, let's integrate more of the national parliaments into the European integration. We need this. They are, let's say, external to some extent. And we need, therefore, let's say, intermediate steps going towards, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, having built up the necessary confidence, we can say, okay, now it's up to the Commission to take over, or to the central bank, or to a new authority at the European level. We have to take care of this. We can't abolish the member states like this.
That's all we have time for now. I'm so sorry, but you can continue your conversation during lunch. I invite you to do so. And I want to thank you so much, Dr. Joachim Bitterlich, for sharing your thoughts today with us here.
Thank you.
We will now have a brief 5-minute break. We will have to say goodbye to a couple of very special guests today. They have to leave us, unfortunately, because they have other commitments today. So we will give you the opportunity to say your goodbyes. Please remain seated before we go to the first panel. And I invite my first guests already on stage. So we will start with the first panel in 5 minutes. Yeah, we're back on. So it's time for our first panel. Europe is facing a green, a digital and a geopolitical transition while recovering from the social and economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and while dealing with a new crisis dealt by Putin's war in Ukraine. Our first panel will focus on how the Next Generation EU Fund addresses macroeconomic divergences within the EU. Also, we will discuss how we can solve the dilemma between spending on the one hand to transform economies and financial or fiscal discipline on the other. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers, Graham Bishop, Benedicta Marcinotto, and Mathieu Segers. Graham Bishop, from the UK, you are a well-known commentator on financial regulation. You have worked in financial services and have been an advisor to the House of Commons and House of Lords. In 2013, you advised former President of the European Commission, José Manuel Barroso, on the joint issuance of debt, and you were a member of the Maastricht Committee, which prepared the changeover to the single currency. And you are also referred to as a one-man think tank.
Yes.
So we're very happy to have you here.
Yes.
We're here to talk about the euro, but maybe we should talk about the pound sterling.
or the lack of it.
Yeah. Are you worried
Oh, absolutely.
by the slide?
This 30 years ago, not only was a treaty signed here, but as Professor Bitterlich said, there were a variety of currency crises. The Bundesbank bought in 10% of GDP of the French franc. That's a huge amount. That's what supported, that's what created, allowed the euro to be created. Who is going to buy in 10% of their GDP of sterling now? Nobody. It fell dramatically in as earlier days. It's fallen now. There is no floor. The current account deficit is 8% of GDP. We now have these extra government deficits.
Major tax cuts.
Major tax cuts, that's why the deficit is going up. The DMO, the Debt Management Office, has to sell 1 billion of gilts every day because there's not only the new deficits, there's the rolling over. And as interest rates go up, 10-year gilt yields have just doubled. In the next couple of years, the interest costs will start to really rise. We've got a quarter of the debt is inflation linked. Oh, 10% inflation. Boom, up
Borrowing costs are
yes. So
going up.
this is very frightening. And don't forget, for the EU, we are your largest competitor in many of the markets. So
This will hurt the European economy.
so there is a real risk if sterling tanks and the UK becomes much poorer, but super competitive, it's a real problem for the EU.
What should the Bank of England do? Because we heard Joachim Bitterlich say that central banks are independent but not neutral.
Well, by statute, the Bank of England is independent. I suspect that Governor Bailey is not as independent-minded personally, an assumption. The only thing they can do, they can start intervening, but I recall I was on the trading floor at Salomon Brothers in 1992, 30 years ago, when the Bank of England's reserves were run out by the hedge funds in a day. And it'll happen again. The moment there's somebody there who's willing to sell you the currency, they'll buy it all. So the only thing they can do is start putting up interest rates big time, not by a quarter of a point, but by a point and a half or something like that. But for the household sector with very large mortgages, this is
Problematic.
to say the least. Very difficult. Don't get into the problem in the first place is the easiest solution.
Yeah, a little bit too late for that.
Yes.
Benedicta Marcinotto, you are an economist affiliated to the University of Udine in Italy, and you specialize in EU economic governance. You have worked for the European Commission's Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs. Welcome.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you about the outcome of the Italian elections, and then you said, oh, please, save that one for last. Don't get me started. But still, yeah, would you like to comment on the slide?
Yes, it's very early to say. We'll see what the new prime minister is going to do. Markets have not reacted. I'm quite confident that this is not going to turn into a threat to the European integration process. for a number of reasons. One is that the Italian government has no interest in getting into a conflict at this point in time with Brussels. We know the ECB has a new tool, an anti-fragmentation tool, which
TPI, which we're going to talk about later.
yeah, which is quite handy because it's one of those instruments that are activated directly by the ECB. I can't see anything happening in Italy where the Italian government would have to apply for assistance, like in the case of the OMT or the ESM. But having a system that does not require a government, the new government, to be explicit about the need for financial assistance is preventing financial turmoil. So I guess short answer is we will see what she's going to do. She has no interest in getting into a fight with the European Commission or Brussels, and I'm fairly confident that the threat that we might perceive at the moment will, over time, be, in a sense, neutralized.
Okay, so you're fairly optimistic for
Yes,
now.
For now.
Mathieu Segers, you are a historian, professor of contemporary European history and European integration at Maastricht University. Also, you are a member of the Scientific Council for Government Policy, and you write articles for various media outlets. What is your biggest concern regarding the outcome of the elections in Italy and the win for Giorgia Meloni?
It's the normalization of radical politics at home. And I think this is a very important point made by Professor Bitterlich in his keynote lecture. So the national politics, the national democracies, are not really connected to this European integration undertaking anymore. Maybe they have been in the 1950s when you had the double mandate and parliamentarians from member states were at the same time parliamentarian in their national democracy and at the European level. And in that sense, a kind of combining in their own head those two dimensions as part of one thing. But that is long ago. And at the moment, we are very ambitious, at least in words and launching of plans. Implementation is another thing, but we discussed that, I think, in the last minutes quite extensively. We are very ambitious in the launching of plans and words, but we are often also, at the Brussels level, experiencing a disconnect with the peoples in the national democracies. And what is happening there is a radicalization of politics, polarization, escalation. It's a pan-European phenomenon. It's not something special for Italy. We are experiencing exactly the same thing in the Netherlands. And that is potentially a real danger for everything that these national democracies are wanting to build up, for instance, at the European level. And I think that is the biggest risk. The biggest risk is in politics. And where in politics? In national politics. And how do you tackle that risk? Not with technocracy. Not with technocracy. And technocracy is the panacea, or has been the panacea, in the last decades, since the end of the Second World War, for the European solution to political problems. But now we are experiencing the end date of that solution already for, I think, 20 decades. And that risk, we have to recognize that and first recognize it, then try to tackle it with a new approach. And that approach should be a political approach.
Applause from Joachim Bitterlich. 30 years ago, the Economic and Monetary Union was launched here in Maastricht with a strong belief that a monetary union would ultimately lead to economic convergence, that it would diminish economic differences between countries. What can we say about this now, Graham?
Well, first of all, a lot has been successful. I mean, the inflation rate, the replacement of the Deutschmark with a low inflation currency, great success until President Putin stepped in this year. But it'll come back. So inflation is fine. Sound money, honest money, is not so certain. That's the problem. I started writing about these things in the 1980s, and public debt GDP ratios were 30% of GDP. They're now 90%, 3 times, at a time when ECOFIN finance ministers meet every month, and they write these fine conclusions, and you read the words, and eventually you fall asleep, and they do nothing. They have not done anything. And the net effect is that public debts have now tripled. What I was saying about the UK's risks, you can say, not to the same extent, but you can say the same about the Eurozone. Interest rates are on the rise. The average life of government debts is 6 or 7 years. So over the next few years, you will find that as these are rolled over, the old debts are rolled over, interest charges will begin to rise. And if they rise at a time when you are under pressure to keep the budget deficit static, or preferably going down, you're going to have to cut spending somewhere. Are you going to cut defense spending? Not today. You're going to cut healthcare spending, just as the aging population begins to come through into public spending. Difficult. What are you going to cut? These are very difficult problems, but the difficulty doesn't mean to say you can just keep borrowing money from the markets, because eventually the markets will say, how are you going to pay this back? I've worked as a bond market vigilante for 30, 40 years now. The bond market vigilantes never lose. You want to borrow their money, you're the demandeur. They won't give it to you. You have a balanced budget tomorrow. Very tough.
Benedicta, economic convergence. Can we say that the opposite has happened?
I think that a monetary regime per se does not deliver convergence, maybe some macro convergence, the stuff Graham was referring to, but not structural convergence. And I'd like to link this to what Professor Bitterlich mentioned earlier. We notice that in terms, when we look at structural convergence, that is the extent to which GDP per capita is distributed across Europe, what we observe is that there is more convergence across countries, meaning countries and regions in Europe are more similar. This is what the data are telling us. But that's not per se the result of monetary union, but of the political deal made in '88 that Professor Bitterlich mentioned of expanding the size of the EU budget and of structural and cohesion funds that have supported this convergence process. So if there's anything positive, it's partly due to the fact that we had these funds with an explicit distributive objective that have delivered cross-country convergence, greater convergence, even if within countries there is across-the-board evidence of rising polarization. But that has more to do with how individual governments have managed their own internal cohesions, policies and regional policies. Yeah.
Mathieu, haven't the recent crises, the euro crisis, the financial crisis, haven't they proven that our economies are not similar enough to withstand crises as a bloc?
Crises always tend to put an extra accent on differences. So crises are defining moments, and I think I agree with Benedicta very much. So this is a mixed bag. So there is some convergence, maybe not very structural. There has been a real effort to the structural funds to do something on the dimension of redistribution. But it was not enough. And then I think in the last years, in the last decade, so since the euro crisis, we had a very special new problem added to the list of the conversion issue as a whole. And that was that there was this moment where the euro was on the brink of collapse. And this moment lasted for a couple of years. That is how it goes with European moments. They are not moments. They're not flash points, but they last. And these couple of years, so the high point of the euro crisis, the question was, what are we going to do to save the euro? actually, that is a very, very political question. It was a question about solidarity between people, between peoples, and between nation states. And so a question of solidarity is a political question. But what happened with that political question is that the member states they were afraid to take it on. It was too political at the moment. They didn't dare to go with this question to their own constituencies. And what happened then was that this political responsibility of the national democracies was offloaded to an apolitical, non-democratic institution, the European Central Bank. The European Central Bank, in the end, accepted this responsibility, but first said a couple of times, this is not in our mandate. We cannot do this. This is asking too much of us technocrats in Frankfurt. Nevertheless, it happened. And that made another problem, that made the problem of the convergence issue actually a bigger problem in the present times, because the solidarity in the real economy was not organized. The responsibility was shifted to the ECB. That means into the monetary domain. And the ECB the political responsibility was offloaded to the ECB, and the ECB took this responsibility into their own balance sheets, hid away this responsibility at the same time, because it was in the balance sheets, from the national democracies. So it was not legitimized in a democratic way. The only arena where this discussion was seriously raised was the Bundestag, but also up to a certain extent, because then the Constitutional Court in Karlsruhe started to put cold water on this, because it's so tricky and dangerous and risky problem for national politics. But this problem is a very real problem, because what we now have to do to deliver on the convergence, because convergence is important for the durability of the monetary union and the euro, is first to take back this political responsibility out of the monetary dimension into the political and socio-economic dimension, and start talking again about redistribution, the idea behind the structural funds.
Graham.
Yeah, I accept much of that, but isn't the real reason why the political class would not go back to their people and explain why we needed more political union, is that the generation of wartime people has gone, and Kohl, Mitterrand, etc. They've gone, and nobody now has that first-hand experience, and therefore they don't have the feeling there is something which transcends the next opinion poll, or the next even election. You have to do something. Now we have, Putin has reminded us in most graphic fashion that the risk of war exists. The EU was founded as a peace and security project. It's worked dramatically well, and we lulled ourselves, we sleepwalked into thinking it can never happen again. We don't need to worry about it. It's happened.
Very, very brief. Although I hate to quote certain political forces, I think we have been very decadent in this. And to make it personal, if I, as a somebody in my 40s, can understand this, then we don't need a generation of war survivors to explain this to us. But I agree with you that we have been very sloppy and not serious enough about keeping this context, as Professor Bitterlich called it, of this political, historical context, which is very relevant and urgent today, alive amongst ourselves. And that is something that we can revive. If I look around and in this polarized new political landscape, there is some seduction in the polarization, so forces are going that way, but there is also a very strong longing for an alternative story to that polarization story. But we do not deliver on that yet. And I think It's not impossible to deliver on that, and it's even not impossible to deliver on that through a generation that didn't experience the war. But I agree with you, it hasn't been proven up till now that we can.
Mathieu, you say politicians have to step up, to the plate. Benedicta, does Next Generation EU, which is politicians deciding to step in, help towards achieving a more economic union?
Possibly. The Recovery and Resilience Facility is an interesting experiment. I wouldn't agree much with the idea that politicians have been sleepwalking, because I think that the choice made ex ante was not having a federal union, not having the United States of Europe. And once you've taken that decision, what you do is move from one compromise to the other to make sure that the EU remains alive and survives. Now, in this particular context, the Recovery and Resilience Facility is a compromise, but I think it's a very clever compromise because it was created in a context of the pandemic where everyone realized that there were long-term risks, and these long-term risks are mainly referring to debt sustainability of certain countries more than others, were more pressing than the short-term risk we had seen after the financial crisis, where European institutions had to respond to convertibility risks, which were very short-term. The RRF is intelligent because it does see that there are long-term risks looking ahead. And it does create this, albeit temporary, supranational debt that is, the first step to a fiscal capacity, which I think that the monetary union would need.
What should be the next step?
Possibly making this instrument permanent whilst changing the allocation key. So the RRF works in the following way at present. 70% of the funds are allocated to countries with lower than average GDP per capita. So it has a redistributive dimension, mostly because the legal basis on which it has been built is the same legal basis of cohesion policy. Mm-hmm. So it is copying much of what the structural funds are doing. The remaining 30% is this anti-cyclical component, meaning that 30% of the funds are going to countries that have suffered during the pandemic in terms of output losses. Mm-hmm. So if it has to become permanent, it should leave redistributive objectives to structural funds and serve primarily as an anti-cyclical instrument.
Mathieu, I saw you wanted to react.
No, I almost fully agree with what Benedicta now has said, and I think the key thing is making it permanent indeed, and making it permanent this redistributive kind of goal that is inherent in it. Two things are here important, I think. One is talking about a permanent EU recovery fund in this country is a taboo. Is a taboo. Tells you something about the European Bildung that I tried to the point that I tried to raise earlier, but also about the political kind of fear to raise the key issues still, although the circumstances are so pressing, even more pressing than they were when the fund was set up. So that is something to take note of. The other thing is, I really think I'm very positive about the potential of the fund. So I agree with you. And I think that's also important to share. This is the E of EMU. Also, because there are elements in there, and something that you didn't mention is, for instance, the SURE fund, the fund to help people who are temporarily unemployed with benefits on a pan-European level of redistribution from the fund, coordinated on the European level. That, to me, was a Rubicon crossing, because it was the first time in the history of European integration that the social promise, which is the real promise to the people of Europe, the first time in the history of the European integration that the social promise was taken on the European level and is now coordinated, although it's still very small within the fund as a whole. It's very meaningful potentially, because it's taken on now on that European level. And I think if that Rubicon crossing now can lead to a further kind of fleshing out of this social dimension, and also crystallizing of the impact it can have in the socio-economic sphere, so not in the financial economic, but in the socio-economic, there where the people live, where you can make a difference in the life of the Europeans who have to struggle at the moment for this or that reason, then there is a real potential there to do a lot of things at the same time, because this is the channel to which you can reconnect the national democracies potentially to the European project of the moment.
If I may quickly react, I strongly agree with your appreciation of Sure, and what I was referring to earlier, the idea of changing the allocation key is really making the RRF more similar to Sure. Okay. I absolutely agree. There's a question of political feasibility. I think it's a problem here. I assume it is a problem in Germany. It will very much depend on whether there is an agreement on own resources. Because if you make a political agreement on own resources, then it would become permanent. And the very same countries, I'm thinking of Germany in particular, that might be against this instrument being permanent, have an interest in own resources, because the default option is that net contributors, such as Germany, will pay more into this budget in order to pay back debt. So again, I stick to my initial statement of this compromise, the RRF being very clever, because it ties in different, multiple objectives and apparently contradictory objectives at the same time, locking in certain actors that might have an interest ultimately at the end of the road to make this instrument permanent.
Graham, what's your outside view on this?
Well, I have two comments, actually. First of all, if there's an objection to something being permanent, then make it temporary. If it works...
And just roll it through.
Then I think I'm right in saying the funding of East Germany is still on a temporary basis. That was a little while ago now. So if it works, you'll just roll it over. If it doesn't work, it gives you the out, so that that gives you the confidence that you're not completely committed. Now, the other thing I would say is this is all too small. I know 800 billion, well, that sounds like a lot of money. We forget, or we don't know actually, that Europe is a big place. We have a GDP, Europe as a whole, EU as a whole, well, Europe, if you include the UK, we're up to 17 trillion. I shouldn't include the UK. We're up to about 17 trillion, not billion, trillion. We have banking assets in the Eurozone are 33 trillion. Investment fund assets are 25, 26 trillion. So when you're talking about something less than one, this isn't touching the scale of the economy. It can be funded. There's no doubt of it. We've got the savings. That's why we have the current account surplus. But if we're going to be, we need the political will to be bolder. We've got the money. We need to do something bigger. And everyone just thinking, and offhand, I can't remember the size of Dutch GDP. I won't embarrass anyone by asking.
No, absolutely not, great.
But if you're sitting here in Holland thinking about things and you hear that 800 billion of European money, hey, that sounds like a lot. It's probably the same size as my GDP. But for Europe as a whole, it's small. We need to think about European dimension, European scale. And then we realize, actually, we are a big, and I include us here, we are a big region. Just realize that.
Point taken. I want to take you to the next subject of debt sustainability and
yes.
Pathways to SGP reform. The crisis of the recent years have led to increased public spending, and that has caused debt levels to rise in all member states. In his recent speech, on Europe in Prague, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz addressed the dilemma between spending on the one hand to transform economies and fiscal discipline on the other to bring down debt levels, which brings us to the Stability and Growth Pact. In a few weeks, the European Commission will propose orientations to reform the EU rules governing member states' budget deficits and debt. So it has been argued that the Stability and Growth Pact rules, as we know, enforce pro-cyclicality in high debt countries, meaning that countries that go into a recession, instead of stimulating their economies, will start cutting debts, which leads to a deeper economic downturn. Benedicta, why is it important that SGP reform supports growth that is counter-cyclical?
Yes, first of all, it is important that the reform takes place, because would this not happen, we'll go back next year to the old rule-based system, which we can't afford at the moment because we're starting from debt levels that are much different from when the system was designed. It is also true that there are lots of clauses in the recent Growth and Stability Pact that allow countries to deviate from the standard, objectives. We know the 3% deficit and the 60% debt target. But that makes the package very complicated. And I think to leave it as complicated as it is very risky, not from an economic point of view. It's not about pro-cyclicality, but it's risky from a political point of view, because if you allow so many factors to be considered when judging debt sustainability, it means that the Commission strongly requires assistance from member states that provide the relevant information, with the risk that in this complexity, the Commission either becomes very politicized or an empty shell. So the reform should take place and should go in the direction of simplifying rules, indeed for the purpose of avoiding this, political threat, which is a commission that is not the super partes authority defending the European instrument that we should be there. Yeah.
But what kind of reform should we be aiming at then, if you want to make it simpler?
Yes, simplification would mean to me that you come up with an anchor, with a guiding principle. I mean, it's in many of the proposals that are on the table, and this guiding principle should be debt sustainability, which partly means that, responsibility for monitoring the situation should slightly be transferred from Brussels to capitals, because they have the required information, and possibly be, preserve that sustainability not on an yearly basis, but over the medium term. So over the medium term, countries should prove able, maybe stick to some deficit target, but not with a number, with a random number, but a target that allows that sustainability, that is instrumental to achieve that sustainability, rather than a fixed target that may or not deliver.
But if there isn't a fixed target, is it a very clear, then you can always move your target. Isn't there a risk?
You can move it. Yeah, there's always a risk. You can move it provided that the underlying analysis shows that the new target provides that sustainability. And it is very risky.
If that is if you keep that with the national governments.
No, I was going to suggest that there should be more of a shared competence, not a full transfer, but more shared competence between the Commission, the fiscal board that we have at the European level, the government, individual countries, and the many independent fiscal councils that we have at the national level in many cases. So I see lots of institutions, both at the European and at the national level, being possibly able to supervise with targets that might be quantified if necessary, but are country-specific, and they ultimately are instrumental to achieve that sustainability. That is
Great.
the idea.
Can I put on my hat as a bond market vigilante?
Of course. Go ahead.
This has failed. For 30 years, it has failed. The words are there, the treaties are there, the directives from the Commission, etc., the fine words from the finance ministers, they have not achieved. The level of debt has gone up, and as I said, it tripled as a percent of GDP. And I said earlier, as we move into the time period when aging population is demanding more public health spending, and interest charges start going back to normal, they may now be 1 and 2% of GDP. They used to be 5 and 6% of GDP. And they're going back to that over the next 5 or 6 years. The bond market vigilantes, who, by the way, yes, they may be personified by George Soros and hedge funds, but in reality, their money comes from the pension funds and the life insurance, etc. We forget, or people don't know, that the financial system has a series of liabilities from life insurance companies to citizens. The citizens give them some money and they promise to pay back pension or whatever it may be at a certain time. That is a promise to those citizens, and they expect the money to be invested in something which can be used to make good on the promise. That's the entire concept of financial regulation. So if the financial institutions then go and invest in government bonds which don't pay back on time, or try and inflate the bonds away, the value of the debts, that is a fundamental problem for the citizens, particularly the aging citizens, and they don't like it. So this is where the sustainability question comes. The vigilantes eventually will say, we've heard enough of your words. You've actually, in the end, you've got to the point where you can't do anything about it. And I'm afraid the UK is going to, there's a very, very real risk that the UK will demonstrate this over the next while, and let that be a lesson. And Greece was a lesson to Europe. The UK may turn out to be a bigger lesson, a much bigger lesson to the world, actually. You can't go on having public debts for very good reasons, for very noble reasons, very nice reasons. We're all nice people. But in the end, if you want to pay something out, it's got to come in taxes. And if you don't want to do that, you can't do it. Harsh, nasty, but that's the truth.
Fully agree, fully agree. So the context here is that we moved from a tax state to a debt state. And that is already happening for decades, since the liberalization of the capital markets. So mid-1980s, and step by step this was done. So I think, and that is the real issue here. And I agree with you, Benedicta, that set figures or targets should not, that is not a carte blanche to stop thinking, you know. These are set figures. We should do the work that is behind, or should be behind these figures, namely the analysis, and that should be the guiding information for a new and simpler stability and growth pact, or how we would call it. And I think there are some important initiatives here. We have to wait for the orientations of the European Commission, of course, but I think it was important that the Dutch finance minister made the first move, actually here in Maastricht, to open up the discussion. That was for the first time in 25 years that the Dutch said, you know, we want to talk about something else than 3% and 60%. We want to talk about reality. That is important. It was noted in Brussels. And it's also done in a coalition with a new coalition, you could say, with countries like Spain, for instance, also thinking about, with the Dutch together, about reform of the Stability and Growth Pact. I think it's very important because this is, you know, Stability and Growth Pact, Professor Bitterlich said it, it was 1997, 1998, that Helmut Kohl desperately needed this to sell it at home. Desperately. If there was a referendum then, there was no referendum in the early 90s. It was also, you know, voted away by the German population. Sure thing. So this political issue was never solved. solved. It's now back, and we should tackle it. And you have all these economics talking about death and how to understand death, but in the end, death is not that complicated. You have different schools of going about the problem of death. So you had Ronald Reagan who said, I think the budget deficit is big enough now to look out for itself. You have, of course, people saying death is no problem. Yes? And you have people who say, if you are in death, then it's high time that you get depressed and start with all kind of masochistic new ways of designing the future of your life. I think, all these approaches are very stylized approaches. So I agree with Benedicta that what we really should do, and I'm looking forward to the orientations of the Commission, I don't know what will be in there, but is going back to the heart of the matter. And that didn't change. What did change was the context. We moving from tax state to debt state and not recognizing that. So first we have to recognize that and then go back to the heart of the matter and try to find some elegant and simple solution. But I'm very interested in what you wrote about that, Benedicta, because we need the inspiration for that. I think it will be very complicated.
Just a quick reaction.
Yeah.
Graham said rules didn't work because we have seen rising debts, true, driven by the pandemic. And then you mentioned the only country that was never under the EU fiscal framework, the UK. So if anything, we can say that the EU fiscal framework is neutral because, we don't have proof that it either accelerated debt accumulation or stopped debt accumulation. What I think we may agree on is that we need to make sure, again, I go back to domestic politics, we make sure that electorates would reward politicians that take care of debt sustainability. Because debt sustainability means that you don't leave debt to your future generations. It's about intergenerational solidarity. Mm-hmm. And I would like to see a wise electorate that is not voting in favor of those that agree on additional deficit spending, but those that make sure that future generations do not have to pay.
Can I recommend that you go canvassing?
Canvassing?
Go out on the streets. The UK has a particular history at election times or referendum times. Not that we have many of those, thank goodness. But you go out and you canvass on behalf of a political party. I'm from Lib Dems, and you go and knock on doors and you ask if you can have the support of the person who opens the door for your candidate for Parliament. And the idea of a wise electorate will disappear in moments. I can assure you. I'm sorry. With the referendum, going around talking to people on the street about it, people were in tears, saying, well, I have no idea. I voted now by post, but now what you've told me I shouldn't have done. But I have no idea. I'm a dustman or something. How have I been asked to make a decision like this? I can't begin to believe it. So this is a problem of mass democracy. And I'm in favor of democracy, of course. But you run into limits of it. And the wise democracy, I always used to think the UK overall was a wise democracy. But when I went canvassing for the referendum, I lost that confidence in moments. Try it. It's very, very humbling, I can tell you.
We have discussed possible pathways for reform. The execution of the European fiscal policy is now in the hands of several institutions and decision-making bodies. But Mathieu, what do you expect in terms of a change in the institutional setup that supports this EU fiscal framework? Why is it important also, there it is again, for the trust of European citizens in the EU?
That is a very difficult question, actually, and I agree with what Graham said, and let me pick up on that to try to answer this question, which is a very technical question also. Jean Monnet, the inspirer of European integration, once said, and nothing is possible without men. Nothing is durable without institutions. So this institutional dimension is very important if you talk about things like intergenerational solidarity, for instance. And this is what's now at stake because of the polarization of politics. You know, the focus is on short-term wins, not only in politics but also in economics, and to a certain extent we've made the system, you know, grow in that direction. What we need now is wise decisions for the longer run to keep what we have built up, the good things of it, and that are quite a lot. But the institutions that we have to do that are at the European level, and here comes the problem. These institutions are young institutions. Professor Bitterlich said, you know, the euro is only 20 years old. That's very young. The European institutions are also very young. They just survived one generation. Their collective memory is now in a sphere that goes beyond one generation. But the collective memory of other groups and communities, for instance, the nation states, is so much deeper. That goes sometimes centuries deep and not decades. If times get insecure, people are looking to build institutions to weather the storm, so to say, but often they fail. If times get insecure, like these times, people look for anchors, and they look for the institutions they have built in the past. And now they have this choice between nation-state institutions and European institutions. And the instinct of many people will be to go to the one with the deepest collective memory, because they know that has weathered storms already in earlier histories and wars and things like that. So that is the instinct. And I think, you know, this kind of summarizes the challenge, and it come back to my original point. If we want to succeed to redesign and put in place new institutions on the European level for these enormously important tasks of, for instance, intergenerational solidarity, or for instance, control over debt. The only way to come there is through the member states. Through the member states. And as long as in the politics of the member states, this European dimension is not an integral part of the national, you know, sentiments, feelings, fears, hopes, then we will fail. Because then these institutions will be perceived, these institutions at the European level, will be perceived as Kafkaesque, empty shells, as you put it. So I think we come back to the same point again, how technical the problem is. We are very good in tackling technical problems in Europe. But now the new challenge is to connect these technical problems and their solutions to political credibility. Yeah. And that is a totally new challenge, actually, at the European level. We don't know how to go about it.
Are you optimistic?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Because you don't really sound optimistic.
I'm worried, but I'm, for instance, very optimistic about this, the potential of the fund, as we discussed. I agree with Graham, it's not big enough, but it's like a seed, you know, of a new institution
Next
that could work and that
fund.
could fill the E of EMU, and through that could deliver to people what they expect of an undertaking like this. But we also need the how shall I put that, we should put a soul in those institutions, a soul that can be recognized and felt, and that is lacking, and that is, you know, that's very difficult to talk in a technical way about this, how to go about this. It should happen or not, and one thing we know, nothing is possible without men, so we should do it, the people should do it, But how, that is a very difficult question.
Graham,
Yeah.
final remark.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can and should the European Parliament play a role in creating that soul? We've just had the conference on the future of Europe. There's general agreement in many places, but not necessarily in the member states, about the idea of treaty change, which might remove unanimity, and that would give the Parliament a much bigger role. And we see in all countries over the centuries, as well as decades, that the role of parliaments has gradually accelerated and provided that national soul. Could that be a mechanism?
A very interesting question, thank you. I think yes, with all the caveats around it. Because to put it very brief, maybe an example. I was asked a couple of weeks ago, of course a couple of months ago already, oh, we have a war in Ukraine, war on the European continent. We need a European army. Let's start a discussion about that, European army. Of course, it's a relevant discussion, but I think, I thought about it the last months, and I think, what we never realized is a European army. And this morning we discussed why. And there was this warning of Helmut Kohl, and that warning was to the point. Mm-hmm. What we did realize at moments of Zeitenwende, for instance in 1991 in December here, is treaties. And this is something that we can do. Mm-hmm. And I agree with you on that. There is a potential, but not more than a potential. So if you are in a hopeful mood in a certain day, you see a lot of potential there. If you are in a more pessimistic mood, you are afraid of all kinds of other examples. But I think that is the way to try to pull this off. So I agree with you, actually.
I want to open the floor to questions from our public. And I already see one hand. So I don't know if you have a mic or if there is someone with a mic.
Yes.
Otherwise, there it is.
Or speak very loudly.
Yeah. And I want to ask all of you just one question so you can give everyone the opportunity to ask a question. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for this discussion on fiscal policy, which I think is also very timely because we celebrate actually this year the 25th anniversary of the Stability and Growth Pact, although you never hear about it. Professor Marzinotto mentioned that the Stability and Growth Pact has become very complicated. There are many exceptions, and that's indeed true. But of course, these exceptions have been added by the member states themselves. And in the end, I think it is also a question of national ownership. What do you do with fiscal policy at the national level? I mean, we can have a very nice Stability and Growth Pact and reform it, but when then the Commission says, oh, this is France, we're not moving ahead with sanctions, it doesn't really work. So it needs to be embedded, I think, at a national level. And that was, of course, also the intention of the Fiscal Compact that asked member states to put in binding legislation structural balanced budget. Correcting for business cycle movements and one-off factors. If everybody did that, then public debt would gradually rise under normal assumptions about interest rates and growth. So I think that national ownership is here an important element of taking seriously what also the Stability and Growth Pact wants, namely sound public finances.
Do you want Benedicta to comment on that, or do you have a specific question?
Well, I'm not sure it was a question, but I have a quick reaction, and that is that I totally agree with you. I mean, in my conversation, I talked a lot about rules, how they should look, and rule setting, but you're right. The problem is one of enforcement. It's not about rule setting. So whatever rule you have, then the question is how member states are going to translate this rule at the national level. And in my view of how things should look like in the future, when I said let's have a formal shared competence, I was having this sort of thing in mind where there is a government that feels responsible for that sustainability, that takes ownership of fiscal policy, irrespective of yearly targets, and delivers over the medium term this sustainability objective. That's the idea behind. But I totally agree, it's an issue of enforcement. It has to do with how well prepared politicians are, how independent fiscal councils are. Independent fiscal councils have been implemented across the board. They are compulsory in theory. They're not everywhere now, active, and they're very different from country to country because countries have different technical capacities, different managerial capacities, different administrative cultures. It takes time, but I think you're absolutely right. There's a need to strengthen national ownership and do it using domestic institutions.
Are you proposing an institution next to the European Commission actually to do this at the European level? Because that was a suggestion that is in some of the Dutch and Spanish.
There is already a such institution, which is European Fiscal Board.
Yes, I know, but to kind of pump this up to a board that can enforce things, or an institution that can enforce things in the domestic realities?
I wouldn't go that far. I think there is a need for an intense co-management of fiscal policy that leaves the final word, I think, to national governments. This is very important. Because looking ahead, when it comes to that sustainability, we should not achieve that target by horizontal cuts. That's not the way to go. What is going to be extremely important is the composition of spending. So what you decide to cut, what you decide to increase, and composition of fiscal policy is about cultural preferences. It needs democratic legitimacy. So that's why I think that empowering national governments is extremely important. Yes?
I beg your pardon. I think what we have to learn in Europe is co-management. You used this word.
Yeah.
And when you look at our actual institutional framework, there is no co-management. Brussels, for many at the level of a nation state, are the against us. It's another world. And the national debate is developing to, let's say, in a different world. And you are right, what we need is real co-management.
Final question, here, front row.
Thank you very much. My name is Jarl Friis Madsen. I'm the ambassador of Denmark. And of course, being in Maastricht is a bit traumatic for me as we voted no to the Maastricht Treaty. And, and there was actually a clear majority until 3 days before that referendum. And ever since, we have been working with the consequences of that. Thank you for a great discussion. I'm thinking a little bit in terms of what all the panelists said, that there were not total consensus, but of course there is this increased debt level, and some of you will say this is not sustainable. I didn't hear, I don't think I heard very clear proposals for the revision of the Stability and Growth Pacts in order to bring down debt. And if you look at the Dutch Spanish paper, it has many good ideas, but for example, it is actually letting go of the 1/20th reduction mechanism, so that is not reducing debt. So I was wondering if one in the panel has a concrete proposal apart from that you betray future generations.
I assume.
I'm looking at you, Benedicta.
Step in. Right. What I think is going to be there in the Commission proposals, Mathieu said, let's see what's in there. It will be something about public investment. The Recovery and Resilience Facility stem from the recognition that public investment is a win-win, because you support growth in the short term whilst also doing something for long-term growth, which is what you need for that sustainability. So definitely some type of rule that would take public investment out of the computation of the 3% deficit is certainly required. And I would go even further than a permissive rule that says, you know, if it's public investment, it's good. I would go for something more positive, because the risk that we're going to face starting from 2026, when the funds stop coming in, is that governments, national governments, specifically with the purpose of cutting deficits and in turn debts, will cut public investment. Because there's no constituencies, there's nobody behind, there's no concentrated interest. So if you have to go for budget consolidation, the first thing you do is cut public investment. We need to avoid that, not only with a permissive rule. Yes, you can invest and go above the 3%, but even with something more positive and compelling by forcing governments to do public investment. And if they do public investment, you have access to a recovery and resilience facility that is permanent. So my ideal, if you want a concrete proposal, my ideal governance framework is one in which the recovery and resilience facility is made permanent, and you can access the recovery and resilience facility, those funds, only if you prove you're not cutting down public investment, and de facto make the two types of investment, national and European, through the EU budget, complementary, and avoid creating substitution between the two, where I act as a permanent recovery and resilience facility because I don't want to use my own money. And that would solve lots of the political problems inherent to making the recovery and resilience facility permanent.
But you need that fund for this. So this,
Absolutely,
this could be the recovery fund, but could also be a European monetary fund, for instance, which
exactly.
And that is the crucial part that is lacking. Because, if I may, I want to add one historical thing here. Because if we are discussing this, actually the redesign of the Stability and Growth Pact responsibility, then I think it's very important to note that the Stability and Growth Pact was never in the treaties. The Stability and Growth Pact was an appendix to the conclusions of the European Council in 1997. And that made it a political thing. And then there was this clause brought in by the French, of course, where there were these words, les circonstances. So we have agreed on this, but there could be circumstances in which we decide politically, by majority voting in the ECOFIN, that we put aside all the agreements. And that is the key political thing that we have to solve now, is how do we go about this actually political trap, that by politics of the moment, all these beautiful designs can be put aside. And one evening, or it was one evening, that Chancellor Schröder needed to demontage the whole. And Chirac, of course, but he was waiting for that already years, so he was waiting for the German Chancellor to move. So I think that is adding to your proposal, which I find very, very relevant, interesting, and I also agree with it. This is very important that we arrange it in the treaties in such a way that it can become a reality.
I think we can continue this discussion for another hour, but I want to give you the opportunity to have some lunch. So I invite you all to join the discussion there, and I want you to give a big hand to our guest speakers, Mathieu Segers, Benedicta Marcinotto, and bond market vigilante, Graham Bishop. So it is now time for our lunch break. During lunch and the reception after the program, it's possible for you to visit the exhibition, special exhibition on the Treaty of Maastricht on the second floor. Science will guide you there. Exhibition that was launched in November last year. It includes information, photos, etc. about the negotiations. So if you have time to take a look, please do so. Please listen carefully to the bell that will ring at the end of the lunch break, 10 10 minutes before the start of our second panel discussion. That is the sign for you to return back to your seats. Enjoy your lunch. for it. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Joining me is Roel Jansen, a Dutch journalist specialized in economics and finance. Roel, welcome. In your long career as a journalist, you have written a lot about the launch of the Economic and Monetary Union and the financial crisis. You have also written several fiction books, and some of these stories, or most of these stories, happened against the backdrop of financial scandals and economic turmoil.
Yes, that's my specialty.
That's your specialty. Yeah. I think you have a very exciting job then.
Thank you. Yes.
We are happy to welcome you today to discuss the Dutch perspective of the euro, if such a thing even exists. Let's start off by acknowledging where we are today, because you have been here before as a reporter. Maybe not in this exact room, because you weren't allowed.
I think we were in the basement.
In the basement,
somewhere.
okay.
I didn't see the stairways going to the basement, but probably we were over there. And yes, I was here 30 years ago in December 1991, 2 days before Sinterklaas, so I had to rush home back in order to get the presents for the children and all that done. And for the journalists, it was a very exciting summit,
yes,
in all senses, because we were quite aware that this was a historic moment, so to speak. At that moment, we didn't know exactly how many countries would move into the monetary union and start with the euro. It wasn't even called the euro at that time. But there was, I think it was 10 out of 12 countries of then the European community that was willing to hand over the sovereignty over the currency, which is, of course, one of the pillars of the national identity and of the national political and economic and financial system. They were willing to hand over voluntarily, without a war, without conquest, without anything, the sovereignty over the currency to a European central bank.
And the paper that you were working for at the time, NRC Handelsblad,
yes,
had the biggest
absolutely
group of journalists.
We never had so many journalists who went to one single event. I think we were with 7. That included the photographer and an assistant to the assistant, and and there was someone who was doing the political part of the story, the European Political Union that failed, that didn't come through, and we did with 2 or 3 other people. I did the monetary part, the monetary union.
How was the Dutch political and public sentiment at that time?
Well, at that time, I think by and large it was. At least there was a large political consensus about the need and the urge to start with the euro. Even the Queen, I remember, she said that she was quite willing to give up the guilder, although it was at the time one of the oldest currencies in Europe, maybe in the world even, I wouldn't know. And she was willing to give up the guilder that had her image on the coins, because of the European the European unification that was taking place through monetary means.
A big symbolic step.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was, of course, it was after the German reunification, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It was very clear that there had to come some kind of an answer to that. And it was a political upheaval, but there was a monetary answer to it.
In your book, the euro 20 years after the Maastricht Treaty.
I started reading it in the train again. It was quite amazing to see what all we were talking about 10 years ago.
And how it's all actual,
yes.
It's coming back.
Yes, absolutely. And because that was right after the euro crisis of 2011, with almost the collapse of the system and all that. And it was interesting. Wim Kok, for example, who was the finance minister at the time of the negotiations of the monetary union, he was in tears when he started talking about the threats that were actually coming all together in order to tear the whole monetary union apart. He was very emotional about it.
But in your book, you write, after the completion of the internal market, the monetary union gave economic confidence. Was that confidence felt in the Dutch society as a whole?
Well, of course, there was quite a lot of complaints after the introduction of the euro, and when the currencies were fixed and the coins and And then when money was available from the 1st of January 2002, prices went up. A cup of coffee that was 2 guilders, all of a sudden was 2 euros. And I remember, particularly in the cafes, bars, and the taxi services and things like that, prices went up tremendously. And it was sort of a pity that the government at that time, neither the central bank, the Dutch central bank, acknowledged that there was, of course, a price pushing element in the introduction and in the transformation of the guilder into the euro. By and large, I think the population was pretty much agreed with it. In Parliament, for example, almost all parties voted in favor in the second chamber, and in the first chamber, the Senate, it wasn't even put into a vote. It was just simply accepted.
Let's take a look at what Limburg thinks of the euro 20 years after its introduction in this video produced by Studio Europa Maastricht.
Een superhero die ergens euro's gaat vangen op een of andere manier. Ik zie verder nog wat zwaluwen, Maastricht, 1992, ja, een soort spotprent.
De economie gaat natuurlijk nu slecht, we hebben ook een hele hoge inflatie. Ik hoop dat die oorlog in Oekraïne gauw afgelopen is en dat die inflatie, dat een piekmoment is en dat we weer teruggaan naar een vredige wereld.
Ik vind op dit moment wel wat er gaande is qua prijzen, supermarkten, energie, benzine. Ja, vind ik het wel zorgwekkend, ja. Ik denk dat er veel mensen gaan afvallen die gewoon niet meer kunnen meedoen dadelijk. En dan heb ik het over de primaire levensbehoeften om je rekeningen te kunnen betalen.
Nou ja, ik maak me nu op dit moment zo dat ik denk van ja, het zou toch wel vervelend zijn als je niet echt een huis kan kopen. Al zit je hier wel in een beter gebied. Kom ik uit Rotterdam, daar zijn de huizen helemaal niet te betalen als je een rijtjeshuis wil.
Ja, ik herken het inderdaad, met name voor jonge mensen. Dat vind ik wel. Voor startende gezinnen vind ik het een groot probleem. Dat ze inderdaad geen appartement of een woning kunnen kopen. Dat vind ik ook. Maar ik denk niet dat het aan de economie ligt. Dat is gewoon voor mij gewoon het verkeerd beleid.
Nou, ik denk dat we ons eigenlijk niet ongerust hoeven te maken. Ik denk dat als we kijken, na elke piek volgt er weer een correctie. En ik denk dat de jongere generatie, die kennen alleen maar the way up.
Ik zou zeggen gulden terug. Maar het is ook wel weer zo'n gerompslomp, hè? Alles weer terugdraaien.
Dat zie ik niet gebeuren. Het enige minpuntje was dat ze de euro en de gulden verkeerd hebben gelinkt. Dat was 10% te veel.
Gevoel zou ik zeggen, laat me lekker de gulden terugkrijgen. Maar ik snap dat we in Europa zijn en dat we nu de euro hebben.
Euro, oh!
Ik kijk er eigenlijk positief tegenaan. Ik denk dat het sowieso makkelijker is als je op vakantie gaat. Je hoeft geen geld meer om te wisselen. Ja, ik denk dat het ook gewoon het leven heeft vergemakkelijkt. Ik denk mensen staan heel erg stil bij hoe het vroeger was. Maar de vraag is inderdaad of het vroeger ook wel daadwerkelijk beter was.
Vroeger was niet alles beter. Heel veel was anders, maar niet alles beter.
Ik heb een grote familie en ik denk dat ongeveer de helft van mijn broers en zussen zeggen van doe weg met de euro. En die andere helft zegt nee, moeten we houden.
Over 20 jaar zou het best kunnen dat het cryptomunten worden, dat het helemaal geen euro meer is.
Ik denk dat we over 20 jaar wel met de cryptomunt gaan betalen.
Ik denk als we elkaar dus gelijk niet zijn in de Europese Unie, dat wij elkaar daarin los moeten laten en dat we misschien toch een euro en een euro moeten hebben. En dat we de landen die niet eigenlijk commercieel bij ons horen, los moeten laten.
Als we over 20 jaar nog de euro hebben, dan hebben we waarschijnlijk ook nog 1 Europa. En 1 Europa geeft stabiliteit.
Roel, it was a little bit difficult for you to watch the video, but
yes, but I've
you
seen
could
it before. Yes,
and you could
yes,
hear
yes,
also what people
absolutely.
said. What strikes you in this video?
Well, I like the final comment, the person who said that Europe gives stability, and you might add to that that the euro gives stability to Europe as well. So in that sense, I'd say I'd agree with the final speaker, the last speaker.
Yes, but well, so many people, so many opinions, of course. But what we hear people say is that they are also worried about their economic situation, about inflation. Do you think we will still pay with the euro in 20 years' time?
Well, that's an interesting question. It depends. Let's turn the answer around. It depends on the political developments in Europe. If one of the major flaws of the euro, the whole euro concept, the whole euro project, is that there is a monetary union, and it lacked, and that was started, of course, here in Maastricht, it lacked a political union.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you mean with that and how you actually, what would be included in a political union, but anyway, there was no transfer mechanism, there were no ways to control each other's budgets, except for the, of course, the Stability and Growth Pact that was not complied with. So many things were kept out. There was one money, one currency for all. How do you say that? One currency that fits all. And there was a lack of a political union. If politically European countries start diverging more and more and more, then eventually the monetary union might collapse as well. So it depends very much on the political developments within the Eurozone, what countries are, which way countries are going. If they all go for a nationalistic policy, it may be very difficult in 20 years. But if there remains a sort of community feeling, a common sense of belonging together, I think the euro will exist in 20 years for the current amount of countries, number of countries, but also maybe even more that will start being part of it.
For your book on the euro, published in 2012, you interviewed 6 people.
Yes.
You already mentioned one, 6 people that were very closely involved in creating the Maastricht Treaty. What have you learned from writing that book and from interviewing those politicians and policymakers?
That's interesting. It was by the way, it was Ruud Lubbers, Wim Kok, Kees Maas, who was the Treasurer General at the time and the main negotiator for the Dutch government, André Saas from the Dutch Central Bank, Wilfried Martens, the Christian Democratic politician and Prime Minister from Belgium, and the 6th one I even forgot. Well, anyway, but the interesting thing is that they all had different viewpoints, points of view on a subject they had been very much involved with and been part of. And for
I know the 6th one, Van den Broek.
Van den Broek, of Hans van den Broek, of course, on the political union that failed, yes. And they were quite honest and quite outspoken about what they had done and what their beliefs and what their belief in Europe actually was. That was particularly strong with Wim Kok, Ruud Lubbers, and Wilfried Martens as well. So that, for me, was very interesting. And it was sort of, it always gives a different look at events when journalists are, basically you're waiting outside of the door and you're waiting for the end of the meeting, and then you hear what they want to tell you. But they were all inside the meetings, and they told what happened within the negotiations and within the conference room.
When we spoke in preparation for today, a couple of weeks ago, you mentioned that politicians should be more honest and comprehensive about, well, we were talking about European crises, explaining those crises and explaining unpopular measures. Can you give an example of that?
Well, there was one of the persons who was interviewed who talked about the euro and the euro, the northern euro and the southern euro. And that was something that came up during the crisis, the euro crisis, the Greek crisis in the, 2011, 2012. Maybe we should split up the eurozone in two, the northern countries and the southern countries, because there was very much, it was propagated, there was a sort of a sense that the southerns were prolific and the northerns were austere and frugal, and the southerns were spending all their money, and we had to pay for their bills and we had to transfer all the money to them. But in fact, that was absolutely, completely wrong perception or wrong presentation of what was happening. All these huge packages of emergency packages that were with a lot of delay, by the way, were put together to salvage the euro, but also to give to the Greeks, the Spanish, the Irish, the Portuguese, those 4 countries. Basically, the money went there, but it went straight back to the north. It went back to the French banks, it went back to the Dutch pension funds, it went back to the German banks, so the money was not going into a hole, sinking into a hole. It was coming back to the northern countries.
Then why is it so difficult for politicians to tell that story?
It was an easy story to tell. I've always compared it to a swimming pool. You just tilt the swimming pool and the water goes to one side, and if you tilt it the other way, it goes to the other side. And that was happening in the Eurozone as well. The money apparently was, all the loans and things and the rescue programs were going to Spain, Portugal, Ireland and Greece. But in fact, the money was flowing back to the northern countries. We had the lowest interest rates ever, while they were having these high interest rates in order to try to keep the money and the euros in their system. Nevertheless, it was clear, it became very clear that there was a systemic fault in the system, that there was no transfer mechanism that had been put in place to begin with. So all that had to be done in 2011, 2012, under huge pressures. So a lot of things have improved after the euro crisis, but it's still not perfect.
You are also a fiction writer. Why did you start writing fiction?
I had been writing about the euro by coincidence from the very start of the negotiations, even in the late 80s, when Jacques Delors was having his committee and the central bankers were part of, there was a sort of a central bank committee working on the preparations of a monetary institute and things like that. And I had been covering those events all the time. So I became fairly knowledgeable about what was going on, I thought, at that time. And then by coincidence, I ran into, in a British bookstore, I ran into a book by a financial journalist who wrote about financial crisis and financial scandal. And he made fiction of it. So I thought, well, that's exactly what I've wanted to do all my life, and I haven't been doing it. But with all this knowledge I have of the euro being put together and all the preparation of that, maybe I should give it a try. And then I had an idea, because in the Treaty of Maastricht it was not exactly clear how the currencies, the old currencies, the D-mark, the French franc, the guilder, and all that would be locked indefinitely together. So I went to André Saas, who was probably the single-handed manager of the Dutch Central Bank as far as the European monetary negotiations were concerned. He did it more or less on his own. So I said to him, André, I think there's a flaw in the Maastricht Treaty. And he said, yes. and the French have done it. So I thought, okay, this is it. Yeah, now I got the clue how to write a thriller about it.
So you made a whodunit.
I made a whodunit.
Yes. Is it easier to engage readers through fiction? And maybe fiction books are better to engage wider audiences on complex financial topics?
Not necessarily. I hoped so. And those two, I wrote, then the first one was a relatively successful book, so my publisher said, now you have to do a second one. So I wrote a second one about forging the euro notes. Is it easier? And from there on, yes. Is it easier? I don't know. I always had the intention of making it accessible to a larger public, a broader public, using fictional techniques and inventing fictional characters and things like that. But there was a lot of actual real stuff in those two books as well about the euro and about printing the money. I could go to I'm not sure if it would be allowed anymore, but I could go to the printing press of Johan Enschede in Haarlem to see how they actually were printing and preparing the euro banknotes, and I could go to the gold vaults of the central bank at that time. So there was a lot of accessibility, and I was quite fortunate to be doing that.
If there are questions from the audience, please raise your hand. We will take a couple of questions for Roel. So if you have a question, you let us know. Roel, we have talked about the Stability and Growth Pact in our first panel. Would that be interesting to use in a financial thriller?
And the way how it has been not been complied with?
I don't know.
Well, maybe, yes. Well, right
Just an
now,
idea.
maybe right now it should be probably something about the inflation. That's where the European Central Bank, in my opinion, has failed over the last maybe a year and a half, when they kept on saying, well, no, don't worry, it's all temporary and all that. And now all of a sudden they have to realize, no, maybe it's not temporary at all. Of course, it's because of the war in Ukraine and the rising energy prices and all that. And the European Central Bank is now, putting on the brakes very toughly. And in order to constrain the inflation, that's of course very important. It might be a subject for a thriller. But at the moment, I think it's most important for the European Central Bank and the finance ministers is to explain why raising interest rates helps to dampen inflation. Because it might be quite easy if I'd be buying a house today, I could say, well, look at the interest rates, they're going up and up and up, so this is terrible.
And if you're buying a house, then it is.
It is, of course, yes. So I'm a bit surprised actually that the populist parties that have been opposed to the Euro project over all these years and so they're not even making a point of this at the moment. They're talking about energy, about Russia, about immigration and things like that. But the Euro seems to be out of their scope. It's not in their frame anymore, which probably is all the better. But it might turn around, that it all of a sudden start saying it's the fault of the Euro that we have this high inflation. And I would say look at the Brits, especially this week.
Yes, well, let's look outside of the European bubble. Soon, your book about 7 centuries of financial scandals.
5.
7 centuries,
no,
right?
Only 5.
Oh, okay, well.
Anyway.
Well, a long history of financial scandals in the Netherlands. That will get an update and be republished. Does your historical research hold any lessons for the Euro?
Well, 2 lessons. The one is what is happening right now also happened in the 16th and 17th century. So in that sense, it's sort of, how do you say, the boomer kind of an expression, but it's nothing new. A lot of things have happened before. And the second one is that the Netherlands, and particularly Amsterdam bankers, have been extremely innovative in developing new financial techniques. And if it's a bit of an exaggeration, but all the modern financial techniques that are taking place in currency markets, in stock markets, and in bond markets and all that, have been invented in the Netherlands. So that's it. And it's interesting to work that out, because it shows you that what happened in 1609, 1609, the first person who went short in stocks was a Dutchman. Actually, he was Flemish, but he lived in Amsterdam. The first speculative bubble, the tulip bulbs in 1637, things like that. So there's a lot of financial history, and much of it has been forgotten. And it's for me, it has been great fun to dig into it.
Questions for all? Yes. If you want to wait until the microphone is with you. Thank you.
Floris Clemens, Focavet Foundation. 1609 was the start of the Dutch Exchange Bank. And in the 1.5 century following, we had a system, a value-based currency system.
Yes.
We didn't have long-term inflation. Money was decoupled from debt. How would you see that in today's context?
Yes, the Amsterdam Exchange Bank was, you might say, a precursor of central banks that came afterwards. It had about 2,000, how do you say that, members, people who were traders, who kept their money in the Amsterdam Exchange Bank. The Amsterdam Exchange Bank didn't give loans. It didn't go into debts. It only kept the money there, and it was a sort of a precursor also of a system to sort out who owned what to whom, and then all that. So it was an amazing system they had developed.
Sort of a blockchain.
Yeah, it was blockchain. value-based currency. Yes. Well, it would be very hard to do that again, start it all over again. Some people are saying, well, we should go back to the gold standard. But then I also pay attention to John Law, who probably rightfully, well, even though it was in 1720, he said, look, you can't make your currency dependent on the amount of gold that is being dug out of the ground in Mexico or in Brazil. So that's the problem with gold standards. You make yourself dependent on something that you can't, that's very limited in its amount. So it wouldn't be possible to sustain all those financial markets and financial instruments that exist right now, basing your money on gold. So in that sense, I think it's illusion to go back to that.
Follow-up question: if we would take the current money supply and use those units and convert them in value coins, you would have a base where people can keep their money, and you have a systemic change. What about that?
Yes, but then what would be the base? That's the problem, of course. John Law thought it would be the land in Mississippi, and it wasn't. And you can go on like that. So maybe it's a question for Mr. Knot later on.
Question in the back.
Yeah, thinking back to when the Maastricht Treaty was signed, or perhaps when the euro started, what has surprised you most in terms of what's actually happened since with the euro?
What surprised me most, since the start of the euro, I mean, basically that all these doom prophecies have not come true. There were a lot of people who said it can never start, it can never fly, it will collapse, and none of that has happened. The euro system has survived the financial crisis of 2008, the euro crisis 2011, the COVID crisis, the what have you, now the Ukraine and energy crisis. We'll see how that will go. So it has been more resilient than many of the pundits predicted, and that is primarily, I think, because there is a very, very strong political will. And I started out with that the euro is sort of the monetary explanation of the political changes that took place in the late 80s and early 90s in Europe, and the consistency of the political will to maintain the system is extremely strong. Also in countries like Italy right now, where they have a new probably will have a new government that is quite nationalistic. I haven't seen that they would like to go back to the lira, and probably the Italians wouldn't like to go back to the lira either. So that has been probably the most striking element of it, that the euro system is much stronger than many people outside and also inside, by the way, have been predicting.
And does that also surprise you personally?
Not that much.
Okay.
I won't say that I've been convinced all the time, because of course you start doubting and there were flaws, and there are flaws in the system. So many things have to be fixed, were fixed and have to be fixed still. But in that sense, we at our newspaper 30 years ago, we were very much in favor of Europe and of the European Union community at that time, and also of the monetary union, and that still has been my conviction ever since.
Roel Janssen, thank you very much. Roel Janssen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's time for our second panel of today about the challenges of European economic, monetary and fiscal policy. The Maastricht Treaty established the European Central Bank, which has as its main objective to maintain price stability. Measures such as hiking interest rates aim at countering the current inflation levels. At the same time, the ECB also looks ahead and wants to adopt climate policies and looks at distributional effects of its policies. In this panel, we will look at the macroeconomic situation, the short and the long-term objectives of the ECB and its mandate. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers, Maria de Mertzis, Eric Jones, and Rolf Strauch. Please join me on stage. Welcome. Yes, let me get you maybe a fresh glass of water first. Here you go. Yeah, we are very happy that you wanted to join us here in Maastricht. Let me briefly introduce you. Rolf Strauch is a chief economist and member of the management board of the European Stability Mechanism, ESM. He is responsible for economic and financial analysis and policies and the country monitoring work that the ESM undertakes. Prior to this, you worked at the European Central Bank from 2000 until 2010 in the Directorate General Economics on fiscal, monetary and structural policies, as well as the Deutsche Bundesbank. Welcome. Maria de Mertzis is Deputy Director at Breugel. She previously worked at the European Commission and the Research Department of the Nederlandse Bank. She also held academic positions at, among others, the Harvard Kennedy School of Government in the US of A. You have also published extensively in international academic journals and contributed regular policy inputs to both the European Commission's and the Nederlandse Bank's policy outlets. Welcome, good to have you. Eric Jones is director of the Robert Schuman Center of Advanced Studies at the European University Institute. He is also professor of European Studies and International Political Economy at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Eric is also author of several books, including The Politics of Economic and Monetary Union from 2002 and The Year the European Crisis Ended. His commentary has appeared in the Financial Times, the New York Times, and other major newspapers and magazines across Europe and North America. Welcome. Let me start, Rolf, with you, because you are here on behalf of the ESM, a fund established at the height of the euro crisis by euro member states to act as a lender of last resort. What does the ESM actually do right now at this time? I think it's good to explain first before we dive in.
I'm very happy to do that. I was really pleased also to listen into the earlier discussion that you had, because I think there is a lot in this, what you said also about the confidence on the euro and Europe. I think what is for me the key ingredient that also gives me that confidence is that Europe has shown the capability to work on the cohesion of the euro area and of the euro structure overall. And I think we have, the euro exists, and I'm very convinced it will exist in 20 years, because we have added a great deal of resilience to the institutional structure that we have. And here the ESM obviously is an important part. I think the ESM is the crisis resolution backbone of the euro area, and without the ESM, it's true that the euro area in its current form would probably not exist anymore. We are there to lend resilience. We are there and have preserved, actually, in the past crisis, not we alone, but in the conjuncture with other policies, have preserved the integrity of the euro area. And we did this, obviously, by providing money to countries, by providing support to countries. That was a lot of solidarity, and I agree with you also in what you said, that this north-south divide is overplayed. This is about solidarity. I think it was not only for the benefit of the banks, but rather it was indeed for the benefit of the euro area overall. And countries like the Netherlands, countries like Germany, fundamentally understand that it's for the benefit of the country overall to be part of this euro area structure. It's a big part of the economic benefits of the trade relationships, of the financial relationships that provide lasting gains. And that is what needed to be preserved, and that was what was actually preserved. Now, ESM, we are a crisis resolution mechanism. We have a very flexible toolbox. And we have different instruments that we can bring to the benefit of the countries. In the past crisis, it was by way of adjustment programs. And those were partly, of course, very heavy and very tough, because those countries needed some realignment to overcome vulnerabilities. But with the pandemic, we have also created another tool that was the pandemic support, which was of a very different nature. And I think there, for example, the difference was it didn't have much macro conditionality because that was not what was the order of the day that needed to be done at that point. So we can shape our toolbox. We have a toolbox that can be adjusted to the needs of the situation. And just the fact that we are there and that we hear very often from investors, the fact that ESM is there actually helps to give confidence, even if the tools are not used. The pandemic support tool was not deployed to a country, but many investors told us, look, the fact that you came in jointly with the European Commission, jointly with the EIB, actually gives a great deal of confidence. And that is what we are there for.
It is said that our economies are facing a perfect storm. Can you explain what does this mean, and can you talk us through the challenges that European economies are facing at the moment?
Indeed, it's a tremendous challenge. The economies are basically facing a double shock. We had the pandemic, we come out of the pandemic, we get into another shock, which is a supply side shock, which comes through what we import, and which is exacerbated by the war. There are two features that matter here. First is the terms of trade shock, where what we import is more expensive than what we export, and that means basically we export income and wealth. On an annual basis, the increase in energy prices has the cost for the euro area of 5% of GDP. This is very huge. It's bigger than what we have experienced in the oil price crisis in the 1970s. So, and that we have to understand, it's a transfer of income and wealth, and it cannot be all compensated. On that one also must be clear. So we have to find a way to mitigate the impact, but not everything can be compensated. The second point is it's a cost push shock. And this is the kind of shock where the supply, the input becomes more expensive. That is always very difficult also for central banks to handle. And we will talk more about this. Mm-hmm. The difference is during the pandemic, monetary and fiscal policy could move in one direction and support the economy more broadly. Now, cost push shocks have this wedge between inflation and growth. So we need a different policy reply to this kind of challenge that we see. But I must also be saying that I don't want to be downbeat on the euro area, on the economics that we see at this stage. There may be a risk of recession, and indeed, there may be a technical recession, but I think there are important reasons why we are actually stronger nowadays than we were in past crises. Labor markets are actually very strong, and we see so far only moderate wage pressure. That is an important thing. We have a better banking system, a safer banking system than we had in the past crisis. That's a big plus. That can help us a lot. We have much less foreign imbalances than we had in the past crisis. That was also corrected on the basis of the programs that we had. So the foreign position from that perspective is nowadays much stronger. And if I'm allowed to make that remark, we also see with the UK how important that is. So here there is indeed a relative strength. So I think there are actually factors that make me also relatively optimistic that even if we have this slump in growth that one can expect, that we have also some measures to contain it. And as a last element, we have also, and we may talk a lot about this later, we have already launched policy initiatives at the European level with Next Generation EU that gives us a transformative tool to actually address the challenges.
Some would argue that Next Generation EU would render ESM initiative obsolete. What would you say to that?
Here we need to understand that both are an expression, I think, of European solidarity, but they work in different fields. The ESM is a crisis resolution mechanism. We are there for stabilization. We are there to give market confidence and step in before countries run into trouble or when they run into trouble, to support them. Next Generation EU has also given great confidence to markets. The fact that Europe is able to work with this solidarity, but it has a much longer time horizon. This is about the transformation of the economies. If you want to compare it at the global level, it's a little bit like the IMF and the World Bank, if you want to draw a parallel. And Next Generation EU works more at the level like the World Bank with projects, works on structural transformation towards the digitalization and towards global growth, towards sustainable growth.
Final question for you at this moment. It has already been discussed today in the morning sessions that the ESM would be possible to, in the future, make it more of a European monetary fund, like the IMF, but then EMF. What's your, how do you see the future role of the ESM?
Currently, there is the treaty change ongoing or almost completed that will lead to a further development of our mandate, the ESM mandate. Part of the treaty change is that the ESM will become the common backstop for the Single Resolution Fund. So we are backing up banking union as a backstop. The other point is that our mandate will be broadened in a sense that we have more ownership and more of a say in future adjustment programs when we deploy our facilities in the future. When the past crisis was kicked off, we basically needed to get the IMF on board, and then there was the so-called Troika that formed the policy conditionality of those programs. Forward-looking, this will be done by the ESM and by the European Commission. That will be our role. In that regard, if you wish, we get closer to a European monetary fund. But I think what matters for us, and on that we will be working, and we will stay very attentive, is that we have a toolbox that is geared towards the need of the euro area so that we are prepared to help.
Maria, Greece, your home country, is finally turning the page on its debt crisis with the end to the system of enhanced surveillance last month, a system put in place to allow European institutions to keep an eye on governments' books, ESM being one of them. Did that provide a sigh of relief in Greece?
Oh, absolutely. I think symbolically, if not economically, it was a very big thing. There's actually two things that make a difference in this respect. That is the first one, coming out of the surveillance program. And actually that's politically is also a very big success, as it were. But the second one is when the Greek debt takes investor qualities, when it gets upgraded to the level that it can be considered of investment grade. That's something that is still not there. It's we can talk about this a bit if you like. But I think that would be the second thing that it will make some sort of a normalization of the economic activities back to, let's say, pre-crisis sentiment.
We will come back to you in a minute. First, Eric, can you explain to us, maybe you've been taking notes vigorously. Maybe you want to react on what Rolf has said. Because I see you taking notes, maybe you want to add on that.
So I don't want to react because I don't disagree with anything that he said. I think I would add two things. One is it's not just been an institutional change, it's been a huge behavioral change, particularly in the central banking community. I mean, central bankers now talk about monetary policy much more clearly, much more effectively. So all those things that Roel was saying about these arguments that we should be making, they're actually being made. And I think a good example would be Isabel Schnabel's Jackson Hole speech, where she basically laid out the argument for why monetary tightening had to proceed vigorously. There's a huge amount of political courage involved in that. And I'm not sure that this change of behavior has actually been matched by change in institutions, because there's always the danger that there'll be a political backlash. We haven't seen it on the ECB side, but we've seen it on the ESM side. And this would be the second point that I would make. For all the amazing things that the ESM has done and can do, its reputation is completely divorced from its capabilities. And so when Rolf introduces the the pandemic emergency facility that was created, the fact that no one took it up when it was designed to finance health expenditures in a pandemic is meaningful. And I think it's even more meaningful, and this is not something that I think Rolf would want to say, it's even more meaningful when the three parties in government in Italy, or likely to be in government in Italy, are almost genetically committed not to embrace the ESM.
Can you explain why the ESM is so controversial?
I mean, I think it's...
especially in the southern of Europe.
Well, I wouldn't say especially in the southern part of Europe. I would say, you know, in any place where the political ideology is grounded in the respect of national sovereignty, that the ESM takes on a bad reputation, not because it's a bad institution, but because the conditionality involved is a challenge to national sovereignty. And so if your ideology rejects any challenge to national sovereignty, the ESM is a problem. But I don't say that as a criticism at all. I mean,
if I may, I would just add, the sense is that you don't really go to the ESM unless you absolutely have to. So long as you don't have to, you won't go. I think that is the conditionality element. Now, whether this is true to what the ESM means, and indeed, as Rolf said, the pandemic problem did not have the conditionality attached that other lending had. And yet, it is a reputational thing that people didn't use that. So I totally agree with what Eric said in this respect.
No, sure. Since you're talking about that, I also want to react to it. And obviously, we are not blind or naive in this regard. And yes, one has to acknowledge that countries see a cost in coming to a crisis resolution mechanism. That's an experience that the IMF has for decades, right? And yet, we see that nowadays, there is actually, the IMF is lending more money than in many periods before. So from my perspective, I think there can also be a development. And when you say the countries in the south, just kind of last week, Klaus Regling was in Greece to get a prize, the Lord Bryan Prize, for also his support and the recognition what he has done for Greece. Again, I'm not saying that during the adjustment periods there was no mistake made and everything was easy. Of course it was not. It was very difficult, but there was also the insight that these adjustments to a large extent, or these adjustments were necessary, and that eventually the growth performance afterwards and the performance afterwards helped those countries a lot to achieve the structural change. So from that perspective, forward-looking, again, if we are in a position to provide useful tools for the euro area, we can provide that trust to the financial system, and I'm also confident that at some stage, when there is need, countries will also overcome the stigma considerations.
Good. I want to move on to the ECB, because in light of the rising inflation and the decline of the euro to the dollar, the ECB has decided a few weeks ago to raise its key interest rates by a record 75 basis points. Also, President Christine Lagarde has signaled more tightening ahead. Maria, what does the ECB hope to achieve with these decisions? And what can you say about the timing?
Yeah, so I mean, I think let's start with the numbers. I think because I think they're important. Looking at the inflation forecast that the ECB produced a few weeks ago, we are over 9% this year for the euro area, and next year over 5%. So this is something that will be with us for some time. I always say when I talk about the euro area that the euro area isn't one story. There is many stories, 19 different stories actually. There are countries in the euro area that have got inflation in excess of 10%, close to 50%, others that are about 5 to 6. So there are different stories here, and they have to do, of course, with the underlying economic fabric of each of these countries as well as the policy choices. I think the first thing to say on the inflation, first of all, I don't think the ECB will be reacting to anything to do with the exchange rate. I think these central banks will look only at other things, not the exchange rate. Inflation being the first, of course, because that is the first mandate. But they also look at other things. They look at the growth outlook, And in the European monetary union, also in that context, they will be looking at things like financial fragmentation. They care, I mean, I'm sure that the ECB cares about financial fragmentation, meaning that countries have got access to financial markets in reasonable terms. They care about this, even if this is not part of the first part of the mandate. Look, when you have a 9% inflation and your mandate is price stability, which is very far from 9%, you've got to do something. And the question is, when do you intervene and by how much? Up till now, the narrative that came from the ECB was one, look, we don't see it in the numbers, we don't see second-round effects, the kind of things that monetary policy can do something about. The only thing we see is energy. Take away the energy problem and inflation will come back. That was the narrative I'm sketching in rough terms. That's what I think we mean when we say a supply shock. That's basically the definition of it.
But even before the energy crisis, there was a call for rate hikes.
It was before the energy crisis. We still have high energy prices. It wasn't a crisis yet because of the war, but the energy component of inflation was the one that was actually created. So it's all to do with the anticipatory effects of something going to happen. Now, I think what happened now is that we have core inflation, so you take away all these variable components of inflation and you are at about 5%. The ECB has to do something. It's impossible not to do something anymore. But there comes a huge dilemma, and the dilemma is the following. By the time the effects of current decisions will come into effect, we might be away from this crisis. So is it now, and here comes the dilemma that the ECB faces, could it be that we're actually contracting the economy by the time we're going to see those effects? And these are the huge dilemmas that the ECB faces. On the other hand, at 9% headline inflation, 5% core inflation, it's impossible not to do something. I think the public at large do not really understand the difference between what causes the inflation, and it would want to see some policy action. Now, given the uncertainties, the question that I think is important here is when you don't know where you're going, do you want to go there fast or do you want to go there slowly? And I think, given the uncertainties, the transmission mechanisms are maybe disturbed, the war on Ukraine, and you know, all of these issues. Do you want to go there? Do you want to take big steps into something that may actually prove very wrong, or do you want to go sort of more cautiously? And I think the ECB has been playing the cautious game. It cannot afford not to do anything anymore. And of course, we saw the decision of 75 basis points. What I thought was surprising in the previous announcement was not so much that they took this action, but the fact that they say that they're going to take more increases. They're going to make more increases in the future. Now, why do I think this is surprising? They had actually stayed away from, in fact, they have even told us they're not going to play this game of giving us forward guidance. And the fact that they changed that, they found the need to give us forward guidance, means that I think the pressures to do something, to do more of the same, is actually very, very big.
And would it be wiser to, because you say the ECB is taking the cautious path, would you say maybe be more aggressive?
Well, I mean, I think that to answer this question, you have to take a view as to whether, you know, how you feel about uncertainty. I mean, do you want to find out what happens, maybe wait 3 months to see how the war plays out? Could it be that at the end of the year, the war is over? I mean, we don't know any of that. By the end of the year, we have decoupled from Russian energy for the most part. How is that going to play out? How are our energy needs going to phase out? I think these types of elements need to play in terms of the information set that the ECB has in order to react.
I want to go to a TPI, an instrument that was launched earlier this year, the Transmission Protection Instrument, a new instrument that, and I quote, allows the ECB to purchase sovereign bonds issued by countries which face sharp interest rate movements that are not justified given their economic fundamentals and that jeopardize monetary transmission. When and under what conditions will the TPI be activated, Maria?
Easy question.
Or were you hoping for a different question?
Well, I think this is a real question. I mean, I think what you just read out is absolutely essential. To the extent that we can tell that the increase in the spreads is not justified by fundamentals, then it makes sense for the ECB to intervene and actually buy the assets of that particular country. Now, a very big proviso in this is that the underlying assets are sustainable, meaning that there needs to be a debt sustainability analysis that backs it up. And that sustainability analysis are not economic analysis, they're totally political analysis. Because, you know, if I say that something is sustainable, means I'm going to do whatever it takes to make it sustainable. And in the context of the European Union, DSAs are not, in my view, economic. Primarily, they're political analysis. They require the backing of institutions. I think the economics of it is in my view, is not as important. I think it's the politics that sustains that. Now, what's interesting about that, and the difficulty is that identifying what is justified by fundamentals and what is not justified by fundamentals, and then, of course, answer the question, is the debt sustainable? Yeah? And only then can the ECB do it. Well, there was a very interesting article this week in the Financial Times, and it was argued that actually the creation of the tool stimulates bad behavior, meaning that, you know, you have now incentives to do the wrong thing. I totally disagree with that. And the reason why I disagree is because the ECB will not intervene and use this tool if it believes that the country is being uncooperative, or if it believes that the debt sustainability of the country is in jeopardy. And we've had actions, we've seen that the ECB has done that with countries, namely my own, when it pulled the plug on the Greek politicians, simply because it did not believe that this is sustainable. So I do not believe that the ECB is going to go down this way. It just won't do it. It doesn't have any incentive to do that. But it remains a difficult thing, a difficult instrument to operate, precisely because identifying what is justified and what is not is a difficult thing to do. I'm hoping the central banks will put a lot of research in identifying the fundamentals versus all the other, sort of the bubbles and the noises that may not justify the intervention. Rolf.
From my perspective, just to make a point about debt sustainability analysis and how we look at it. I mean, my team is investing quite a lot of time into debt sustainability analysis and doing this properly for the countries that have had a program with us in order to assess repayment capacity, and we're also doing it for market purposes for other countries. So, and I would say that obviously there is always a great deal of uncertainty if you want to predict developments at a 10-year horizon or even 20 years horizon, and you need to work with assumptions. That is true, but nonetheless there is a genuine effort to make this work and do a proper analysis. And that is what we stand for and what ESM wants to do. Then it's obviously always the question, if you go into a political decision-making process, what you make out of that, and eventually I won't comment on monetary policy, but that will also be obviously the question that the ECB will have to answer at some stage. But I would not say that this is kind of a completely politicized instrument that basically doesn't give any indication. So I think there is serious effort of having this done properly.
Eric, what's your point of view?
So I was listening to Maria, and I was thinking about this as a political scientist, right? Mm-hmm. So you remember OMT, the outright monetary transactions that were created in 2012 to save countries like Italy. The requirements for getting access to support was the country had to remain in the market, it had to ask for support, and it had to participate in some kind of conditional program monitored by the ESM. And then, if those three criteria were met, the ECB's Governing Council would nevertheless make a discretionary choice as to whether to offer support. And it was never quite clear what the discretionary choice would be. The thing that makes me nervous about the TPI is that the country doesn't have, at least in my reading of the country doesn't have to ask for support.
That's right.
The country doesn't have to be in a program. The country is already in a program notionally because they're participating in Next Generation EU, so there's a conditionality requirement that extends to all the fiscal rules, and that's going to be assessed. But what has to happen is there has to be a debt sustainability analysis, there has to be an analysis of their participation in this broader conditional program. There are just lots of different things that have to be assessed. And the decision could be, at any point in time, that they don't meet one or more of these criteria. And it's not clear to me that any of these criteria are as easily identifiable as they asked for the program, they remain in the market, they exist in a conditionality arrangement, right? Those are institutional and discrete things. So the options for any country that's denied TPI support, to say this is a political decision, we met all the requirements and you denied us because you don't like us, strike me as too huge. There are just too many easy arguments to make. And this gets to the second point. You know, I mean, when Maria talks about, the ECB pulling the plug on Greece, let's not kid ourselves. It was two discrete acts. One was to deny to pull the waiver on Greek sovereign debt for use as collateral in routine liquidity operations. That was one. And then to challenge the ability to extend emergency liquidity assistance to the banking system. That was another. Now, Greece stayed in, and so those two things could be forgotten by everybody but Yanni Varoufakis, right? But if Greece had crashed out because of either of these two things, that would have been the basis of the stab in the back, right? Because it would have been the ECB that crashed Greece out of the euro. And that makes me very uncomfortable. Those are discretionary choices that the Governing Council is required to make as it's constituted, but they have political consequences that need political cover. And so I'm apprehensive about TPI because TPI gives the appearance of too much discretion and too little political accountability for the Governing Council.
Maria. And if I may, and also the other thing is that Greece did not have access to QE before the pandemic crisis, and actually right at the pandemic crisis there was a quick Governing Council meeting in which the Greek debt was accepted as collateral for QE, and that actually was the first time that Greece actually had access to monetary policy. In a very long time. I mean, that's, of course, an interesting issue. But I totally agree with you, and this is why, if I have one comment on the design of the new instrument, is that I would have preferred for the ECB not to make that assessment on the viability of the debt before it decides whether to give help or not. It should give it to another institution. Now, what other institution that is? We could talk about it, but I think I would have preferred that not to be at the discretion of the ECB. That is something that, because it is politically charged, and I think it is not the ECB's, it actually destroys a little bit of her gravitas in this respect, because it will be coming into political space, in my view, and I totally agree with Eric on that.
Rolf, you wanted to add something?
Yes. My lesson from the past crisis, and when you refer to Greece, is that, and the insight that went into the construction of the OMT instrument of the ECB, is the insight that monetary policy alone cannot do it. If a country has a fundamental vulnerability, you need to address it.
Sure.
And you need reforms. And that is why, with OMT, what you saw and what was the thinking also at the time, as far as I can say from the outside, if we have a country that has some structural weaknesses, we want to have the safeguard of an ESM facility that those structural weaknesses are addressed. That is the safeguard that was intended to be there, because otherwise you're basically throwing money, so to speak, at a country that cannot overcome its problems. OMT still exists. And I will not comment any further. I really feel also pity with Governor Knot, who must be sitting on a hot chair in order to kind of react to all of this. But from an ESM perspective, what I can say, the far we understand it, OMT still exists. It exists next to TPI. If you look at the conditions that were expressed for TPI, they are relatively close to what ESM conditions are for a precautionary credit line. For us, a precautionary credit line is viable as a possibility when a country is fundamentally sound. If it is not sound, it needs to adjust. And from there is where I see, from our perspective, a transgression of us not being involved to us being involved potentially under OMT. That would be my way of looking at it.
I have one final question about TPI, Eric. Maybe you can comment on this. Is there a way out for the ECB once it has activated the TPI? Because if a country does not meet required conditions and the ECB withdraws support, then that will cause exactly what the central bank aims not to happen. That stress on financial markets, sharp interest rate movements, and that's exactly what the ECB wants to avoid. So is there a way out once activated?
So let's roll this back and say, is this the only thing where the ECB is in a position right now because of its unconventional monetary policy stance where it's hard to figure out where the way out is, right? And I would say, the first time they tried to pull off the targeted long-term real interest rate or refinancing operations, and they discovered that these were being used to meet minimum liquidity requirements, they were like, uh-oh, there's no easy way out here. We have to extend a new round of these things. And they're facing that situation right now because the TLTROs are supposed to come off in June. And how do we do that without pulling too much liquidity out of the banking system? Likewise, you know, the first line of defense is not TPI. The first line of defense is the reinvestment of maturing principal on PEP holdings, right? Well, what happens if they run down the PEP holdings? And then we have no first line of defense. So now this is another thing. You know, we don't want to keep them forever, but we can't run them down. And then there's the problem that as they're raising interest rates really high, it's not really transmitting through the economy, the financial economy. Why? Because there's so much liquidity out there because they have these huge balance sheets and they've got all this stuff going on. So you know, I think the ECB is in a very tight situation, and TPI makes it better, but it doesn't eliminate the difficulty of getting out of this situation to begin with. And I'm just going to put an advertisement in. I just read a really good book by Jajit Chadha, who's the head of the National Institute for Economic and Social Research, called The Money Minders, that formalizes what Maria was talking about the difficulty of setting your policy instruments in conditions of uncertainty. And you have a real trade-off between where you can be in terms of your instrument setting and how much uncertainty you can handle. And unfortunately, the ECB is caught in that trade-off as well, and it makes it very, very difficult to make policy decisions. So I don't envy the governing council when it has to meet.
Okay. You mentioned her already, Isabel Schnabel, member of the executive board of the ECB. She suggested last year in a speech that the ECB's policy may lead to inequality as an unintended consequence. The divide between the haves and have-nots is deepening. Eric, what's the effect of current European policy, monetary policy, on the distribution of income and wealth?
So I think we're so shrouded in uncertainty. Even when they do large monetary policy changes, it's very difficult ex ante to anticipate who's going to win and who's going to lose. So I think that's a story that fiscal policymakers need to address after the fact. They look at people who are suffering and they give them assistance as needed. I think that's the only way that we can go about this. We can't ask monetary policy to play an explicitly distributive game because we don't want monetary policymakers to be thinking about distribution ex ante before the fact. Because if we did ask them to think about that, we would have to give them an awful lot more political cover, which is what Paul Tucker's argument, former deputy governor of the Bank of England, that's what Paul Tucker's argument is. I mean, so I could just stop there.
I might just add. I mean, if you were to ask the question of distribution, I think we should start with the distribution effects of inflation, because I think this is the bigger problem to solve, and there is no doubt of that. And we have some numbers at Bruegel which we show that the burden on the low-income countries is disproportionate by comparison to the high and middle and the high income, or the inflationary impact. You feel it a lot more if you're in the low households than if you are on the upper quartiles. So I think that's the thing to solve now. And here I'm totally with Eric. I mean, we cannot really ask the central bank to solve that problem as well. Apart from the one target, one rule, Tinbergen rule, there's just so many other things that need to happen. Fiscal policy has got a distributional component here, and social policies are the ones that need to come in and pick up some of the effects of the unnecessary consequences of interest rates going up.
So that shouldn't be, the ECB is not the right actor.
No. These are the secondary effects. But I mean, we ask them to do greening policy, the climate issues. I mean, there's growth, there's financial fragmentation. There are other instruments out there that should be used for distribution aspect.
I want to remind you that you can also ask questions. So if you have a question for our panel, please raise your hand and we will bring you the mic. Also, people watching online, you can type your question in the YouTube chat. I see a hand here on the left. If you have, we're going to get the mic. Yes. Oh, take care. There.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
My name is Clemens Kohl. I'm professor of monetary and macroeconomics here in Maastricht. I'm fully with Eric in saying that ECB is between a rock and a hard place in its policy trade-offs. I would like to ask two questions. One is on the monetary policy tightening that has happened. And the question actually is it really monetary tightening, or is it just a symbolic, let's say, credibility generating policy move, in the sense that there is an enormous amount of liquidity and real interest rates are so blatantly negative that an increase of even 75 basis points is, the question is how much of an impact will that have in the real economy? The other one is on the TPI. So Eric mentioned the problem of refusing let's say, support for a country, but the knife cuts two edges. So you could also say there's a problem of giving support. So also that might be seen as a political move. And what has been mostly left out of discussion is the endogenous role of financial markets. So they could actually test when the ECB wants to do something with TPI and when not. And then, of course, there's always going to be speculation. So isn't that an extra danger? Thank you.
Who wants to take these questions? Maria, you first?
Thank you, Clemens. On your first question, I actually think you're right. The 75 points is not going to do it. The real interest rates are very, very negative, unlike the US, where there's consecutive increases, and then actually now we are in positive territory. But in the euro area, indeed, I mean, we need to see huge increases before we can even attempt to come to what we think is the neutral rate. So I think also you're right in saying that it is much more of a credibility issue, and I think I started with that by saying we are now in a place where with 9% inflation, you just cannot afford not to do something. So I think there is an element that you've got to back it with numbers, obviously, and the ECB has done a tremendous job in giving us numbers, and the speech that you quoted, I think, is a very nice example of justifying why we're doing what we're doing. Interesting in the TPI, I haven't thought about that. I think markets testing the ECB. I think markets will always be testing that. I don't know that the TPI is one exceptional instrument they will want to test. On the other hand, I will say that it is a very specific euro area problem. No other country has got this financial fragmentation issue. So it could very well be that the markets take a view, oh, let's find out what this is. I don't know. I hope not.
Eric.
Clarence, the question you're asking about whether this is really monetary tightening assumes that we agree on what the mechanism is for transmitting monetary policy into real economic activity. If the mechanism is through the investment or consumption channel, we've got an 18-month lag anyway, right? So yeah, we were going to have to ratchet it up, and then we'll have to wait and see if it works. If the investment is through the expectations channel, then absolutely, it's a symbolic act, but the symbolic act is the monetary tightening transmission mechanism. So I think, and here I think this is what the Bank of England sort of missed out on. Giving an announcement that you're not going to do anything is probably not worth giving an announcement, because it's not quite clear what they're trying to communicate to shape expectations. And so I think what the ECB is doing is, and I think this also explains the cognitive dissonance on forward guidance, because the ECB is not saying we're going to do this as a means of forward guidance, raise interest rates further. They're trying to get us to discount those interest rate increases now so that we can have an immediate consequence. And the second thing, so I started my career studying macroeconomic policy in Belgium and the Netherlands, right? And I only do this central bank monetary union stuff because nobody would pay me to talk about Belgium and the Netherlands. And so I'm acutely aware that the perceptions are very different about who's deserving and who is not. And that kind of political dynamic is something that we're going to have to wrestle with.
Question here at the front, and after that we'll come to you.
Maybe could I
Rolf
just
first,
make before one quick point on our second question. So I think as ESM, we are regular in the market. We have to issue our bonds, we have to invest the capital. So we are market participants. And from that perspective, as a first point, I can note that apparently ECB policy is working. right? So because we see spreads being rather well behaved. There is some widening, but that is what one should expect, but no spiraling whatsoever. So markets are relatively well behaved, and that is the first point, I think, for market participants important to note. Second point was your question, can it be tested, will it be tested? My guess is that given the macro environment that we are in, I think there is quite some probability that it might be tested because the macro environment is a very difficult one where also fiscal policy choices have to be taken. So from that perspective, I think it's very important that governments do have and keep kind of a credible fiscal policy stance. That will be crucial in order for the instrument not to be seriously tested.
And where do you think will the markets first test it? Will that be Italy? Because TPI was soon dubbed to protect Italy.
From my perspective, the environment that we are in, we can credibly and responsibly manage what I would see as a possible fiscal path, forward-looking, and there are some do's and don'ts in fiscal policy. The do's is, and we talked about that before, focus on those that are mostly affected by the pandemic, by the inflation and energy prices. Support the companies, focus also on the transition of the economy. The don'ts, and also Christine Lagarde, I understand, has formulated it very clearly, don't do broad-based demand support, don't do broad-based price support that would further stimulate inflation. But that still opens a fiscal policy path that one can credibly take. And then I'm not here to predict who, so to speak, will make a policy mistake or will kind of come up with a policy plan that may lack credibility. I don't know. I mean, so far, risk governments, I think, have, to a large extent, tried to embody this kind of responsibility, but the environment will become more difficult because growth will be less. Till Q2 this year, growth has exceeded expectations, actually, and that gave some fiscal space. It was important not to kind of completely use that space and then be driven into pro-cyclical policies next year. So I think in that environment that we will be facing, credibility of fiscal policy will remain very important.
Eric, a quick follow-up, because I know you live in Italy, and I do want to address Italy because of the elections last weekend. Why are the recent internal political developments in Italy so important when it comes to this instrument?
I think Rolf can't say this, but since I live in Italy, I can, because everybody in Italy is acutely aware that there is a potential for market speculation against Italian sovereign debt. I mean, they're just acutely aware of that. And no one is more aware than Giorgia Meloni. And she's been soft playing this and talking incessantly with Mario Draghi about it, and been very open in the media that the last thing she can afford is a speculative attack on the country, right? Unfortunately, that's not the media Matteo Salvini reads, so he hadn't got the message, and he was saying all kinds of things that were off message. It's like he got this playbook on fiscal rules and decided that he was going to announce the opposite. But since he only got under 9% of the vote, I think we can hope at least that he's in the box, even if he's in the right-wing coalition. And so long as he's in the box, I think we're okay, right? I mean, I don't know, but I think we're okay. And so we have to, I just published a piece in Foreign Affairs on making this argument, which they then said, and that's why we should root for Giorgia Meloni, which made me very unpopular in Italy, but except for among the 26%. But I think the point is that everything that Rolf just said, they're aware of, and they want to avoid this kind of a negative attention that Clarence suggested might exist.
Clear. Question here in front.
Well, thank you very much for a really interesting discussion. Perhaps we've been focusing a little bit more on the monetary policy than the fiscal policy. And in general, of course, in times of crisis, there's a tendency to treat symptoms in the short run rather than treat the disease itself. I agree with you, Rolf. Europe is in a much better position now than we were during the Euro crisis. we might have a situation in a few years where we are much less dependent on importing energy. But we're also facing a number of challenges, like the demographic challenges that's going to influence our economy. We might see a situation of deglobalization where Europe is much harder hit than others. We do not have a continent that is strong on entrepreneurship and innovation. So my general question to you is, how do you see the continent in a couple of years? Because we need to, at some point, get out of this crisis moment and the high interest rates and be back at stimulating the European economy.
If I may, a big question. Just a few thoughts, like attempt an answer. I mean, I don't have a full answer. So on the, I don't actually believe that Europe is not strong in innovation. I think we have very good education systems. We have big research and development. We have innovation. We have a huge number of startups, and there things go wrong. After that, things go wrong. We don't have the mergers and acquisitions. US firms and Chinese firms acquire European firms at the rate of 2 to 1, in particular in some sectors, finance and pharmaceuticals. The IT sector in Europe and you know, the semiconductor industries is very much nascent. So there are disadvantages that need to be resolved. Where I think, and there's one thing I would root for, is we need the financing. Europe doesn't have a good financing model. We have a bank-based model, but a bank-based model, because of all the regulations that we'll have, will not take the necessary risks to meet the transitions of the type you described, including the green transition. We need much more capital in Europe, and you know, that's why I would, together with completing the banking union, I would urge us to think of ways of bringing more liquid capital in Europe.
Clear. Question from Mr. Klaas Knot.
Well, not so much a question, but I thought that, I mean, having listened to the debate on TPI, that there are so many questions out there that I thought maybe it's helpful if I try to give a little bit of my take on it. First of all the issues that you identified, I can assure you have also surfaced at the ECB table before we designed the instrument. So I think it shows that this is a very complicated situation to be in. And I fully understand that everybody outside the ECB would want to know when are they going to trigger this instrument or that, what are the conditions, etc. But having been now at this table for over 11 years, every crisis is different from the previous one. So it doesn't make any sense to talk in advance under what conditions you're going to do, because you know that the next crisis is again going to be different than the previous one. Secondly, there is actually value in something like constructive ambiguity, that you sort of try to maintain as much two-sided risk as possible. So my take on this is that, yes, there are these self-fulfilling spirals in bond markets, that if they occur, the ECB is the only game in town, the only party that has both the balance sheet size and the swiftness of decision-making to respond. Right. If these occur, we now have a very rich toolbox that consists of no less than 3 instruments. We have the PEP, reinvestment flexibility, we have the TPI, we have the OMT, very important. All 3 instruments are there. And I think that's the best you can do as a central bank, to make sure that you have a very rich toolbox at your availability. Which of the 3 tools we will use? We're not going to say ex ante, but we have a lot of tools, so we have a lot of optionality that we have created for ourselves. I would say that if the problem is one of one country, one specific bond market only, then intuitively I would think that the OMT is more appropriate than the TPI, which is more a program for if there are wide-ranging problems with monetary transmission in multiple places in the euro area. But other than that, we will simply have to see what problem we are being confronted with. And then I think it helps ex ante if you have as many tools available to deal with the problem. And I can even say that if the 3 tools do not suffice, we'll design a 4th one.
Is there already one in the making? Please bring back the mic.
Can I?
Yeah. Well, okay.
Can I maybe make one additional point also to the previous question, to take that up again? I think what you say is absolutely right, and what we also need to take into account here, that what I talked before is the terms of trade shock and our wealth and income being exported. And this is something that actually put Europe at a relative disadvantage compared to other regions, compared to the US, for example, that has much less of terms of trade shock. So I think indeed this need to be competitive, remain competitive, and work on the productive structure is actually strengthening now. I still think that Europe is in a relatively strong position with the next generation EU that we have started to run, and I think pretty successfully. And this will still keep, so to speak, governments also very busy in deploying all those structural reforms that they want to do in order to reform the economies and make them fit for the future. But obviously there is a much more that needs to come. Capital market union and having proper financing is one of them. So I think it's a very deep and valid point that where more initiatives are needed.
And we will talk about the banking union and the capital markets union in our final panel. Maria, I would like to give you the opportunity to react to Dr. Knot.
Just one comment. It's absolutely. I think it's a great idea to have many instruments for different occasions, and I also buy the idea that you cannot, ex ante, say how you're going to react to a shock that you haven't even seen yet. But one thing I will say is that the OMT is primarily a crisis tool. And therefore, you assume that if you're considering OMT for countries because there is a crisis, whereas I think the TPI was designed much more for managing markets rather than a crisis. So I think the signal that you would be giving if a country came into that position and you say now it's an OMT type of situation, then you're really talking about a country in crisis with an ESM program, with conditionality, with monitoring, and 10 years later you come out of it. Whereas a TPI is a very different instrument in this respect, even if it's applied the same way. So there is a that is of course a matter of discussion, but I think I see the instruments rather differently.
Sorry, I cannot, but there is a misconception here in the sense that I think, please be mindful that our toolbox is flexible. So the pandemic support was modeled on the back of the an enhanced condition credit line, which would in principle allow the ECB to come in with OMT. It's not said that each and every country that, so to speak, knocks on the door of the ESM will have a 10-year adjustment program. Remember what we did in Spain. In Spain, there was the financial sector, the banking sector that had a problem. We had a banking sector-focused program for 1.5 years, which was the time needed to sort out the problems in the banking sector. No other macro conditionality in the broad sense that was directly meant for this intervention. So I just want to prevent this idea that ESM means necessarily a Greek-type adjustment program. It does not. There is flexibility.
Thank you. Eric.
Just very quick on the one country thing with OMT, which I understand completely. The problem with qualification for OMT is the order of operations. You've got to stay in the market, you've got to ask for assistance, you've got to join a program. I think by the time the Italian government finally gets its head around the idea that it needs to join a program, I wonder if it will still be in the markets. That's my concern, right? That it would just crash out before they could make the decision.
Yeah, Mr. Knot.
I think Rolf made a very important point. The word program is being used sort of as an analogy to what happened to Greece, right? Because that's why ESM is so toxic. Let's face it, it's not the other three programs that were hugely successful. It's the Greek program. The OMT also has as an entry a precautionary credit line from the ESM, so not a full program. The point that Rolf made, that the conditionality for a precautionary ESM line is the same ex ante, only ex ante conditionality than is in the TPI. So a lot of this, aversion to ESM is really hot air.
But if they are so
Maria,
similar,
we have to close this panel. Sorry, we have, you can discuss it during the coffee break. I want to thank all of you, my guests, Maria de Mertzis, Eric Jones, and Rolf Strauch. Thank you so much. Please. We will take a very short break now, 15-minute break, because when we come back at 3 o'clock, then we will listen to Klaas Knot. He will give a short speech, and after that we will join in a final panel discussion. So please be aware that if you hear the bell, rush back in, take your seats. See you in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I was more intervention.
Yes. Welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. I would like to briefly introduce our next guest of honor for a short keynote speech. You already met him. We are very happy that Klaas Knot, president of the Dutch Central Bank, has accepted the invitation to speak to us today. Mr. Knot has been president of the Nederlandse Bank for more than 11 years and counting. He has served as a chair of the Financial Stability Board for almost 1 year now, and he is also a member of the Governing Council and the General Council of the European Central Bank. Please give him a warm welcome, Klaas Knot.
So, hello everyone, once more. And also I should say happy birthday, because it's the 30th birthday of the Maastricht Treaty that I understand we are celebrating here. And what of course would be a better place to celebrate this than here in the Statenzaal, the very sort of room where the Maastricht Treaty was signed. I must say I remember this historic event also vividly, because this week in December 1991 that Roel was just referring to, I happened to be in Maastricht as well, because I was a first-year PhD student, and by then, claimants will remember, we had the network of quantitative economics. They held these master classes, and that week there was a master class hosted by the Maastricht University here in town. Of course, we didn't get any close to where the negotiations was taking place because of all the security, etc. So we pendled between the university and at Vrijthof. But other than that, it was impressive to sort of be so close to where it all was happening. And yeah, that was a vivid memory, just like I also vividly remembered what happened only a few years ago, the start of all of this, and that was of course the fall of the Berlin Wall. It led to the rise of the Economic and Monetary Union, because it was logical that after 1989, Germany once again wanted to become a unified nation. But other European nations, and principally the French, were quite hesitant. A unified Germany would de facto set the economic and monetary tone for a lot of other European countries, and so those countries were keen to ensure that a reunified Germany would remain embedded in a united Europe. And that is why discussions on the Economic and Monetary Union gained momentum, eventually leading to the deal between Mitterrand and Kohl. Unification for you, the euro for us. Well, I think that was clearly a win-win situation. I see already somebody disagreeing with me. That's good news for the panel later on. But at least we do have unification and we do have the euro, whether it was a deal or not. So now, for the past 20 years, I would say that the euro has been the bedrock, the very bedrock of our single market. Because the absence of the exchange rate movements has been an impressive impetus for prosperity in the entire euro area, but not the least in the Netherlands. That was actually the one element that I was missing from the talk on the Dutch perspective on, let's say, European integration. We are the number one or number two, how you count, perhaps Luxembourg, okay, beneficiary of European integration, and that should never be forgotten. Being a unified economic bloc has also brought a lot of stability. And as a central banker, that is, of course, music to my ears. But, indeed, there is a small but. At the start of the Economic and Monetary Union in 1999, per capita income levels between countries differed significantly. And it was expected that Economic and Monetary Union would actually level these differences over time. It was expected that countries that had catching up to do would experience faster growth thanks to the Economic and Monetary Union, and that we would see some sustainable economic convergence in Europe. To some extent, this happened. But, and here it did not happen quite as across the board as we expected. In terms of real GDP per capita, we mainly saw east-west convergence. So between the original 12 countries on the one hand, and the 7, soon 8 countries that joined later on the other hand. So it is no wonder that despite the past crisis and despite also the pervasive pessimism that you hear in some European corners, despite all of this, a lot of countries are still very, very eager to join our economic and monetary union. But as far as north-south convergence goes, the first decade of the euro indeed demonstrated the expected economic convergence within the original group of member states as well. However, much of that convergence actually proved unsustainable and disappeared again after the global financial crisis. And in 2010, the economic and monetary union even suffered a crisis that threatened its very existence and the very existence of the euro with it. And I think this experience has taught us that it is much harder to achieve convergence that goes beyond the initial convergence that comes with the entry into the euro area. And this further convergence will only be possible when we address a number of the design flaws in the euro area's construction. And design flaws, I would also add, that the signatories to the treaty did not expect nor foresee. Now, as you may remember, the way out of the 2010 euro crisis consisted of acute collective help for individual countries and banks, but also the creation of several European institutions to increase the EMU's resilience. We now have a common supervisor of major financial institutions. We have a single resolution fund for failing banks, and we have the European Stability Mechanism to help when sovereign nations get into trouble. And more recently, we also set up the Recovery and Resilience Facility to collectively and effectively tackle the economic outfall of the pandemic. So now that the EMU has proven itself to be an adaptive project, where do we go from here? And this is, of course, mainly, again, a political question. While the euro crisis was an impetus for improvement, for making further progress, we currently find that EMU is too much at a standstill. And to get past that, the following political question needs to be resolved at the very least. What should be done first? Increase risk sharing in the EMU or decrease existing risks within individual member states? Now, I'm a central banker, and of course I look at these things from an economic standpoint. And in that capacity, I can only say that the longer this standstill lasts, the more vulnerabilities between euro countries will grow, the deeper future economic crisis may be, the more emergency support will then be needed, and the less prosperity we will have, all of us, including those that benefit the most from European integration. So for me, as an economist, too long a standstill is not an option and should not be an option. We must go forward, and whatever way you look at it, going forward means at least partly increasing risk sharing. And with that I mean cross-border risk sharing. It simply means using the strength that is in our numbers to absorb possible shocks. And when I talk about cross-border risk sharing, I of course have to distinguish between public and private risk sharing. The first, public risk sharing, goes through the governments, fiscal budgets, Brussels, and the like. The second goes to private credit and asset markets. Now, if you compare oneself to another monetary union, for instance, like the United States, both amounts of risk sharing in the European Union are very low. But this is especially true for private risk sharing. If you look at the US experience, actually most interstate differences in growth performance are smoothed out because of private risk sharing through banking and capital markets. So to bolster such risk sharing also in the euro area, we need first a stronger banking union. The global financial crisis and the pandemic has demonstrated to us that the banking sector and the public sector are very closely linked financially, and that risks also easily find their way onto banks' balance sheet. To some extent, we should use this channel to smooth the economic cycle and to absorb shocks more evenly, to increase our resilience, But of course, without repeating the mistakes of the past in which depositors and taxpayers ultimately took the hit. Alongside the European supervision and resolution authorities that I already mentioned, the completion of the banking union with a common deposit insurance program would also greatly contribute to economic and financial resilience. Together with risk-based capital requirements on sovereign exposures, a European deposit guarantee scheme would de-link the financial health of banks from the countries in which they are headquartered. Additionally, the presence of a common deposit guarantee scheme would also function as the foundation for deep integration of banking credit markets. And this would significantly diminish the risk of crisis spilling over national borders and causing financial distress in other EU countries. It would also enable banks to better absorb local economic shocks and thus increase economic resilience. In addition to a stronger banking union, we also need a stronger capital markets union to bolster private risk sharing. Well-developed and integrated capital markets lead to more risks being shared privately. They reduce systemic risk, and they also stimulate diversification of the funding mix of corporates. All this adds to our resilience as an economic and monetary union. In theory, the EMU opened the way for the free movement of capital. But in practice, we see that European financing remains too one-sided. Firms and households depend too much on banks, and the home bias of both investors and banks is persistent. So we are not using the numbers in our union to decrease risk. Cross-border risk sharing remains low. And one reason, of course, could have to do with cross-border public risk sharing. And here too, I'm referring to the past to learn about where to go in the future. Because I know of very few historical examples where strong cross-border private risk sharing developed without or before a significant degree of cross-border public risk sharing. So to some degree, the two are complements rather than substitutes, and a successful monetary union, like the Economic and Monetary Union, will need both. The recent Recovery and Resilience Facility that I already mentioned is a telling example of such cross-border public risk sharing. The fund was set up to temporarily support public investments in the energy transition and in digital projects all over Europe. Investments that strengthen the economic growth potential and thus the capacity of the EU as a whole to absorb shocks, including in those countries facing greater financial constraints. The RRF is temporary because continuous large transfers of public funds would make this project vulnerable from a political perspective. However, I do believe that the mere existence of this successful cross-border public risk sharing provides a lot of hope for the future. Because the matter of the fact is that some public goods, like climate, like energy market, and this is in no means meant to be exhaustive, are simply more efficiently arranged at the European level. Over the years, the euro area has grown from 12 to 19 countries, and soon 20. Almost 350 million people now live in the Economic and Monetary Union. So, as an economist, it just makes an awful lot of sense to use the strength in our numbers, to use our strength to achieve shared goals. And to do that, we need to share funds, and also to share risks. I'm an economist, but as a central bank governor, I also need to be a realist. So I'm well aware of the political hurdles that must be overcome if we are to increase risk sharing. But looking at what we have achieved so far, I might just be, above all, an optimist. 30 years ago, the Maastricht Treaty set out a vision. And in the past 30 years, we have witnessed a tremendous economic and political accomplishment of that vision. Of course, we're not there yet, and the EMU remains work in progress. But let's keep working on that progress. We have 30 years of experience to learn from, 30 years of crisis and successes, of design flaws and great innovation, of opportunities for reform that we may have missed, but also opportunities for prosperity gains that we did seize. So let's learn from these 30 years. Politicians, economists, everyone, let's learn from them and then lift our economic and monetary union to the next level. So again, happy birthday to the Maastricht Treaty. I'm looking forward to our progress in the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Knot. Do you want to join me? Take a seat.
Yeah.
In your speech, you make a case for increased cross-border risk sharing, private but also public. Our Dutch Prime Minister, Mark Rutte, he fought tooth and nail that the Recovery and Resilience Facility would be a one-off, would be temporary. In your speech, you seem to argue the opposite. What would you say to Mr. Rutte to convince him of your point of view?
Well, I think I already laid out my basic line of reasoning in a speech that I gave in September 2020, which was the so-called schoollezing in the Netherlands. I would tell him, I would try to convince him once more that the Netherlands is one of the biggest beneficiaries of European integration. In part, that is because if you join a monetary union where productivity differentials are not fully reflected in wage differentials because of all kinds of labor market rigidities that we have on European labor markets, then high productivity countries like the Netherlands enjoy an enormous free-fall benefit of joining a lower productivity country for a monetary union, whereas a low productivity country actually faces a lot of headwind of joining a monetary union with a high productivity country. So there is a sort of endogenous divergence, diverging factor, I should say, within a monetary union that has productivity differentials that are not fully reflected in wage differentials. And if you are on the receiving end of that sort of differential, then you have to think every now and then, what is the value of being in the monetary union? And then I think it's a matter of enlightened self-interest that you accept that every now and then you have to step up to the plate. And the word solidarity was used in the sort of previous panel. I prefer to talk about enlightened self-interest rather than solidarity. But okay, observationally it's the same outcome. But I think you have to accept as a strong country, let me put it like that, that's the way we like to see ourselves, of course, in the Netherlands. As a strong country, you have to step up to the plate every now and then. And I think the Recovery and Resilience Facility was actually an excellent example of how that should be done, because it was not only facilitating public investments in those parts of the euro area that were more financially constrained, but the tit for tat was, of course, more supply-side reforms in these countries with lower productivity growth, so that also structurally we are working on these productivity differences. We're not just pampering them over with sort of temporary transfers, but there's also a structural movement going on. And I think that's the best of all worlds. That's the way we have to sort of resolve our issues.
You also noted that the EMU has not delivered completely on its promise of economic convergence in the EU. Will the current energy crisis, will that lead to greater inequality in Europe, or are you more optimistic?
I mean, it will lead to different forms of inequality. It will lead to inequality in our societies, let's say, between low income and higher income earners, because it is absolutely true that low income earners spend a disproportional amount of their income on these elements that are now clearly going up in prices, energy and also food in the meantime. I mean, dependence on Russian war and dependence on sort of energy prices is not one-on-one correlated with sort of the differences in per capita level. Think, for instance, about Germany. Mm-hmm. That's, I think, the prime example. It's generally seen to be one of the richer countries, but nonetheless, it is a country that I think is disproportionately now suffering from the energy crisis. So it creates new forms of inequality, but not necessarily reinforcing, in my view, the existing ones.
before you join our final panel, I would like to ask you to briefly react to something that was said in the second panel. You already addressed TPI, but it was also said that the ECB could have stepped up earlier. This is not new, this criticism.
Yeah.
What would you like to say about that?
Well, strictly speaking, that statement is of course correct. You could also always have acted earlier, but should we
Why
have
haven't
acted
you?
earlier? I mean, well, a couple of things. Inflation started to turn around the summer of 2021. We came out of a situation with 8 years. We had below target inflation. For 8 years, we sort of performed a rain dance for please, please, more inflation. So the first 3 months that you then see, or the first couple of months that you then see inflation go up, you don't immediately think, oh, this is going to be hyperinflation, I should slam the brakes now and drastically change monetary policy, right? Secondly, initially it was all about energy prices. So yes, we sung from the same hymn book as all our central banking colleagues in the world. We thought that this was the archetypical negative supply shock, which is a transitory shock,
Temporary.
and which, if it is a one-off shock, the sort of remedy is that you look through this shock. So yes, we talked about transitory inflation, and with hindsight, we shouldn't have talked about transitory inflation. But part of the reason why inflation proved not to be transitory was, of course, because there was a new shock in February this year, a much bigger shock, which was the Russian unjustifiable war and invasion into Ukraine. Now, you can blame us for not having anticipated that invasion, but then I think you can blame almost everyone on the globe. We recited the word transitory, in my view, already in January this year, so there was a very short stint that we really thought it was transitory. Then why did it take still so long before we had the first interest rate hike in July? Well, that simply, I think, has to do with the lack of nimbleness of getting out of asset purchases. Because when inflation started to turn around, let's say, the second half of 2021, we were still deep into asset purchases. And like any other central bank in the world, we first wanted to wind down asset purchases before hiking rates. Well, because otherwise you're giving conflicting monetary policy signals. I mean, you're still pushing the gas pedal by performing asset purchases while you're slamming on the brake with raising rates. That's very difficult to explain, and also the sort of the impact that it would have on the yield curve is possibly confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided to, like any other central bank, I should add, to first get out of asset purchases and only then wanting to raise rates. Well, and it simply took us quite a long time to get out of asset purchases without roiling the markets. But we did accelerate our exit out of asset purchases in December, and again in March, and again in June, and then in July we were ready to hike rates. Everybody expected 25, we did 50. In September, many people expected 50, we did 75. So I think we are doing what we are expected to do. More will follow, because this will not be enough. I mean, everyone knows, I think, is convinced that this will not be enough. The return to 2%, it's there in our models. But how well do economic models perform after 2 unprecedented shocks that clearly were not there when you were calibrating your model?
When is that? When is the 2%?
Well, 2024, but not
Okay.
even 2024. We have 2.3% inflation in our projections for 2024. And listen, if somebody could guarantee me that inflation would be at 2.3% in 2024, I would immediately take it.
But what
unfortunately,
you're saying is
there is a significant risk that inflation will not be at 2.3, and I think the risks are clearly tilted to the upside also on that medium-term projection. The underlying inflation dynamics, which I think, when your models are not reliable, you should look at the underlying inflation dynamics, for instance, developments at core inflation. Every month this year, core inflation has added 0.3, 0.2, 0.3. That process is unlikely to already have peaked. As long as that is the case, there is absolutely no other response than the ones that we have taken to aggressively raise interest rates, and we will continue to do so.
So you are saying we couldn't have done it at a faster pace?
We could not I mean, we could only have done it at a faster pace had we been not so deep into asset purchase around July, let's say around the summer of 2021. But
Because
we were where we
Reserve
were,
is-
and it was con amore because we thought we were still dealing with the pandemic. The recovery from the pandemic has also surprised us to the upside. It was faster, it was stronger than we expected. So, yeah.
Yeah, because the Federal Reserve is going at a much faster pace.
No, it's not, actually. I mean, they're 3 months ahead of us, but
Okay.
inflation is also a much more severe problem. If you look at the balance between positive demand shocks and negative supply shocks, in the US, there is much more inflation coming from a positive demand shock, which is much more difficult to squeeze out of the economy. At some point, negative supply shocks simply come to an end, right? It's the positive demand shocks that make inflation persistent. And in that sense, I think the US will clearly need to do more tightening in total, in the aggregate, than the euro area because of this different composition of the sources of inflation.
Let's start our third and final panel discussion for today. Please give a warm welcome to our other two speakers, William de Velder and Linda Zeilina. Please join us. Yes.
You sit in the middle? You sit in the middle?
Welcome.
Hi.
I will give a short introduction of what we're going to do in the next hour. We're going to talk about EMU and finance in Europe. 10, 15 years ago, the euro went through its worst crisis. It was the great financial crisis that showed that the financial sector, financial flows, and the rise of private debt can become a destabilizing force in a monetary union. What lessons have been learned and what has been done to prevent a recurrence, and what plans still have not been implemented? Let me briefly introduce you to our final two speakers. William de Velder is Group Chief Economist at BNP Paribas. He began his career in the Economic Research Department at Belgium's Generale de Banque in 1987. He was Global Chief Investment Officer at Fortis Investments, and when Fortis merged with BNP Paribas in 2010, he became a member of the Executive Committee of BNP Paribas Investment Partners. Welcome. Linda Zeilina is the founder and CEO of the International Sustainable Finance Center, where she oversees its work on sustainability strategies, sustainable investing, and ESG standardization efforts. In the past, you have worked on large-scale consulting projects for institutional investors and banks across Europe. Linda, welcome. Mr. de Velder, do you agree with Mr. Knot that a strong capital markets union and a banking union in Europe are key in decreasing risks and making the EU crisis-proof?
Yes, but I would go further. I think you have one element which you clearly emphasize strongly to make the house more resilient, more solid. I'm referring to the metaphor of the 5 Presidents report of a couple of years ago. So that's one very important point. The other important point is that we have major challenges ahead of us. To say the obvious, one is the energy transition, all the investments that are required. Depending on the source that you're looking at, the ballpark number ranges between 500 billion per year that needs to be financed. I recently saw 1,000 billion a year. That's a new estimate to be seen. If you look at, again, ballpark numbers, what is the annual financing within the Eurozone? It is about 400 to 450 billion a year that is already being financed. So if you have to add on top of that, say 500 billion, that is a lot of money. So what you need is, you need a strong, resilient, dynamic banking sector that can do its part of the lifting, and gradually you also need to have capital markets, of course, because I don't know whether anybody has already run the numbers, whether it's even possible to envisage that the banking system at present would be able to reach these amounts of additional financing. So if you cannot reach these amounts, what's going to happen? Either you would have an interest rate effect that is going to crowd out certain investments that are also needed, but that people cannot do, or you have to hope that you would have foreign capital inflows, or you could have other banks starting to to kind of make a living of all the investment needs that we need to do. I'm of course thinking about the US banks. We can extend this also in terms of the digital transition, simply because we're in an environment that we need to have a lot of companies, startups, it was mentioned in the previous panel, that also need to be financed. And as Maria has mentioned, there is an issue when you get to startup and you need to venture, then all of a sudden it's as if the financing stops and we need to look abroad. And why is that? Because typical Euro area institutional investors use their risk budget in a fully efficient way, so their maximum risk budget. So who is going to do the extra financing? Typically you think about Anglo-Saxon investors. And my key point in that respect is that if you rely on Anglo-Saxon investors, they tend to come in and out depending on how the business cycle goes. So that makes you more fragile to mood swings in terms of risk appetite. But the other very important thing is that eventually the economic value will be created where the financing is coming from. So if the financing is being conducted by US private equity funds and venture capital funds, eventually the economic value added and the tax base will move to the US.
Clear.
That's why we need CMU.
Capital Markets Union, yes. Linda Zelina, was there anything that, in your opinion, was missing in Mr. Knot's speech?
Oh, I actually really enjoyed the speech. I thought it covered multiple points that I also wanted to bring up, so I think it was excellent. So, as the sometimes token Central Eastern European, I'm Latvian, and I run a think tank in Prague that operates across the CE region. And also somebody who works in sustainable finance. I think that there are two very big elephants in the room, and actually to build on your point, currently what we have is massive transition needs. There is a very big issue that we see currently in terms of the fact that we still have Poland with their own currency, you have Czech Republic with its own currency, you have very heavily industrialized countries. So their basic priorities are very different from what we're seeing in the West. The tone of the conversation and the content of the conversation is very different. It came as a big shock that only last year we built a big sustainable finance conference. People thought nobody was going to show up. The government didn't think there's going to be enough people wanting to talk about it. They actually did show up, and they were quite shocked and amazed that this is even a topic, that the business wants to listen. And I think that that is one of the biggest issues that we have with Capital Markets Union. Yes, we have a lot of money in the West in pension funds. We used to advise big ones all across the developed economies, looking for opportunity where to park their money. They want to go sustainable, whatever it means, under their bespoke trajectory that they've created. But where in the real economy can you park your money? And that is a very big problem that we have. We don't have a good transmission, allocation mechanism that moves the money for productive transition projects.
How can we solve that?
Well, I do agree with Capital Markets Union. There needs to be much more progress made and much more rapidly. If you actually look at the progress over the last several years, it's been very slow. We have multiple fighting over the taxonomy. Okay, we win the battle, there will be a taxonomy, then boom, we have delegated act, right? Gas and nuclear goes in. This creates big confusion. Immediately all the other countries go, oh, UK, by the way, going, oh, we're going to do a better taxonomy. We will not put gas in. So that leads to further fragmentation also in terms of standards. And if you're an investor, you want some clarity, you want some comparison. There's a lot of moaning about it. But at the same time, it's not an issue we cannot solve. So I do agree that Capital Markets Union needs to be strengthened. There needs to be a lot more done also about capacity building. One of the things that's very obvious also today, right? We mentioned climate. Yes, there's transition needs. You know, we have sustainability, climate risk, et cetera, ECB, of course, working on climate stress tests. But if you actually look at it, it's very, very siloed. It was like a little afterthought. Oh yeah, there is that in that little bubble that you call sustainability. But if you think about what is a massive fundamental risk to the economic system as a whole is natural capital on which all of our food systems rely, business relies, etc. So I think one of the biggest tasks is now to work on this next crisis, right? We know that it will come at one point, sooner or later. You only need to look at IPCC and talk to scientists. You know that this is a real risk, and it's a build-up in the system. And what we need to do a lot more is actually the research of how these complex factors interact and figure out how do you create policies that incentivize the transition. And I mean, it's not an easy task, right? And I agree that it might need to have tweaking and be a little bit ambiguous at times, but I think some things need to be clear. There needs to be a much, much clearer strategy towards how do you try to get there? What are we signaling to the markets? Are we serious about Green Deal or are we not?
We are going to talk about climate change and monetary policy in a little bit. First, the Banking Union and the Capital Markets Union. Mr. Knot, you are an avid supporter of both of them. It has been, how long? 11, 12 years now? Yeah. Since it was brought up. Aren't you frustrated by now that it's taking so long?
Well, frustrated is a word that I try to stay a little bit away from, but it is clear that we are missing an opportunity here. It's quite clear that sort of we are, I mean, if we were to deepen the banking union and we would truly see more cross-border banking services, etc., we would be using the numbers, as I was saying also in my address over there, much more efficiently. The issue is basically stuck on that in one part of Europe there is a huge sort of resistance against having a capital treatment of sovereign risk. And in the other part of Europe, that is in some other European countries, let me put it like this, that is used as a sort of excuse to say, oh, but we cannot share risk because these risks in these banking systems that are not capitalizing for sovereign risk is so humongous. We need to have a level playing field first before we can start sharing these risks. I think in the past, European integration has always proceeded by finding a compromise that, yes, we do a little bit more risk pricing here, but then we do also a little bit more risk sharing there. And it's very sad that on this specific file, we cannot seem to find that compromise.
How do we refloat the vessel of the banking union?
Well, ultimately, this is a purely political question. I think from a technocratic perspective, everybody exactly knows what needs to happen and what needs to be done. We need to convince our political masters that there is a lost opportunity here in terms of European prosperity. I think there is enough scientific research, the papers are there, the arguments are all very well developed. It is just overcoming fear, I think, overcoming political fear for backlash that I think should not be there.
Have politicians also maybe lost interest because the euro crisis happened some time ago?
Well, it doesn't help that this is not a very visible thing. So if you are a politician, it's very difficult to explain it to your voters why it is important. But it is massively important. But unfortunately, well, it doesn't resound well.
William, same question to you. How do we refloat this vessel of the banking union?
Well, I agree to what President Knot said. I mean, technically, it's all there, but you need a political will. I think what the issue that we're facing now, and it's good that we have the conference here, is that it's a bit the carrot and the stick. So if you think about the adjustment processes that countries went through, I'm from Belgium, so I mean, the fiscal adjustment in Belgium in the 90s was like incredible. Yeah. Were there demonstrations in the street? There have been some, I mean, not really massive. And why is that? Because there was a kind of a shared ambition. We need to join, and that's where we want to go to. Whereas today, it's very difficult. So if you cannot really come with an argument, unless we have to do this, and it's not the unless, but we have to do this, and that will be the reward. So let's really get our act together in any country where it's necessary. By the way, as an aside, one of the interesting developments, I could almost argue sadly, of all the shocks that we've been experiencing in, past 3 years, is that we have gone to a sea change in terms of the risk mapping of countries. There used to be a time, you ask an economist, what is the risk exposure of a country? What is it? It's growth shocks and inflation shocks. And then you apply monetary policy, etc. And what is the risk exposure that we now have discovered? It is growth shocks, inflation shocks, commodity shocks, climate shocks, health shocks, geopolitical shocks, etc. So what that means is that the way we look at certain countries that at some point in the past we considered to be immune to any type of shock, because there were only two, that reading has fundamentally changed. And that I think is an argument that could be used in a political debate to say, hey, please, we may be a bit exposed to, let's say, a negative growth shock because the hit to the public finances, but look at yourself, you have an exposure to this, etc. Closing that parenthesis, but I do think it's worth keeping in mind. Also to engineer more, as you mentioned earlier in your speech, public sector-based risk sharing. So, but the thing about how can we get it accepted? And indeed, as you mentioned, I agree with you. Ask the man in the street, the proverbial man in the street, banking union. I mean, what is it? And then you have to say, we need to do this, we need to do that, because that way we can finalize the banking union. What's in for me? That's really the issue that we have. We could also argue that if it's about the capital waste for public debt, but really the point is that you need to work on what is going to be the success of the Stability and Growth Pact. Now, the concern I have there is that because there's an element of, I would say, finding balances, which is the political correct way of horse trading. And that is that this has now been put under the banner of economic governance. And there are 11 layers that will be discussed at the Commission level and at the Council level. That makes me a bit skeptical on what will come out in terms of new Stability and Growth Pact, and hence makes it even more difficult to make significant progress in terms of having the capital waste accepted.
Linda, I saw you taking notes. Maybe there's something you would like to add?
Just to build on that, I think that it's a very good question. Why is it not working? Why do we currently have these political clashes? It is about politics massively, right? But politics is also tied to economics. So I think that the one big issue that we have is there hasn't been enough show of leadership. And leadership is leading often by example. And there's also trust building. And then together in that kind of process, trying to move the Overton window to what is policy, to reasonable, acceptable, popular, to radical or unthinkable, right? And if you look back at the 10 years before, a lot of the things seem unthinkable, right, that we did during COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot more to be done in trying to actually engage more actively and figure out what is the grand bargain that you can strike. Currently, especially, there is an opportunity for that because of the energy crisis, because of the proximity of, for example, the Ukrainian war to certain countries. It's not felt the same way everywhere across the region. So that does offer some opportunities, also some unique challenges that we might need to overcome a few years down the line. But I think that the issue is that the translation narrative, translating why it actually matters for an average person, I'm not entirely sure whether that will work or whether we even need it, right? And I'm speaking as a Latvian who worked many lives ago during the time when Dombrovskis decided to do internal devaluation, right? Try selling that.
Yeah.
The point is it didn't need a selling. Not everything always needs a selling. This is what we're doing and that's it.
It takes leadership.
Exactly, and the trust either in a leader. So you can actually lead in so many different ways. You can lead through charisma, through competence, through technocracy, so on and so forth. So the ways of leading are very different in each historical and cultural context. So I think this idea that we will need to sell it to the masses, well, we haven't always sold it to the masses, right? There might be the need for a charismatic European going around and, like, you know, building up more support for Europe. But I think at the same time, there's also hard truths that we need to face, that it is about economic fighting. Just let's take taxonomy. Why there was no social taxonomy? That was a big mistake. Arbitrarily, what a lot of people perceived arbitrarily prioritizing the green taxonomy was a big political move which actually offended people, because they were like, well, so now you're gonna sacrifice X amount of people because green is more important. Because guess what? Nobody had actually explained how climate links to social outcomes. So by doing one, it created this idea that it's arbitrary, and some central banks still struggle with that. I'm not going to name them, but I think everybody knows that there's even banks that are not part of the network for greening the financial system, right? Out of principle. And it's a very interesting question to tackle. Well, why not?
Mr. Knot?
Well, I mean, I couldn't help thinking that Latvia and the Netherlands, and Belgium, we're all small open economies, right? So to get sort of agreement around a painful internal devaluation adjustment program in our societies is probably, we have had episodes of that, all of us, in the past, and it's been successful because we've always been geared towards selling our products abroad, exchange rate stability, the exchange rate anchor that also the Dutch Central Bank had before the Economic and Monetary Union. In small open economy, it's probably a little bit easier to find the societal consensus around these painful measures than it is in, let's say, the larger, more closed economies, also in the European area, because these economies then have to take into account the second round effects on what it means for aggregate demand much more strongly than we have, because most of our demand is coming from abroad anyway. So that's the one nuance. I must say 25% real devaluation. I never believed that Latvia would survive it, but it did. So
at great cost.
At great cost, but there was sort of consensus in society to do it, which I don't think you can easily transplant to every European country at this moment.
Well, it was sold as there was no other option.
Yeah, there's no alternative because you wanted to stay in Europe, you didn't want to devalue because you didn't want to join the euro, etc. And you succeeded in doing so. That's remarkable. Like Belgium in the 1990s, the primary surplus that was achieved. A country like Italy, of course, has always had a primary surplus, but never the level that Belgium managed to achieve. Had Italy managed to achieve the same primary surplus than Belgium, it would not have the current high level of public debt. But it is questionable whether in Italian society you can really find the same degree of consensus around running such a high primary surplus than was the case in Belgium. These are, I think, also, that shows that politics and economics always goes together in these things. On the NGFS, I'm completely with you, of course. I mean, I think climate change is one of the big structural change processes in our economy. So yes, it's going to affect central banking in all of its tasks. It's going to affect the volatility of inflation. It's going to change price stability. Price shocks will come from the energy side more often in the future than they did in the past. It will affect our own financial risk management in our supervisory function, the way we look at financial risk management of supervised entities. So yes, I think as central banks, it's perfectly legitimate that we are on top of that, and I think every central bank should be a member of the NGFS without any reservation.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
From where you sit, right, and it's actually a question to both of you, I wonder how differently, as you mentioned, climate risk will be a major thing, right?
Yeah.
We need really talent to be able to look at it from the financial sector perspective. And I'm not talking about, scientists or whatever. I'm talking about essentially professionals who are trained in economics and finance. Do we have enough of those? Or do we need to also change a little bit the education of when it comes to economics and finance degrees? Because from my experience, which is very humble and much smaller, it's actually very problematic that we don't have educational programs that integrate sustainability or sustainable finance tools and methods and the financial instruments, etc. Usually people have to go and seek the education either through practice or through very short executive educational courses, which are quite expensive, so they disadvantage certain countries.
Yeah, I guess, what we experience as a central bank, if we attract a lot of young staff, because we have a lot of young people that join the central bank and then sort of after 10, 15 years, they sort of go to different places in society. And if you ask them what is their motivation to join the central bank, sustainability and the fact that the central bank takes a leading role in sustain is absolutely the most often mentioned answer that we get. Now, your question is a little bit more, should we already not in the educational system adjust? Obviously we should, but that always happens with a lag. And that's, I think, something we should accept. Luckily, training doesn't stop when you leave university. I think there's a lot of training you still do on the job. And I guess sustainability will be a big issue for us, for commercial financial institutions, for think tanks, where have you. So I think there will be a lot of training in this area happening. In that sense, I'm optimistic that we will adjust.
The sustainability focus of people that we recruit and or have recruited in recent years is very strong and very high on the agenda. And then, of course, we put a lot of efforts in terms of doing all the training and what have you. So we are not unique. I mean, every bank that has let's say some ambition and strategy in that respect is doing that. I think on the what you have in university, etc. I just count on market mechanism. The need is there, and you will see that there will be specific programs being developed. If I can just give an example on something else, but that is a very hot topic, and that has been a factor of inflation. There is a supply side management program at University of Antwerp I discovered just by chance, and it has become widely popular, of course. Yeah. Everybody wants to do supply side management because we have seen how much the shock, the disruption has brought, so I suspect you will have enough trainings being developed.
Mr. Knot, you already said that it's important for the ECB to also look at also one of the biggest threats or challenges of our time, climate change. Earlier in July, the Governing Council of the ECB decided to take further steps to include climate change considerations in the Eurosystem's monetary policy framework. Maybe it's good that you can explain to us why now. What does it entail? And is it the role of the ECB to mitigate climate change?
Okay, to begin with the last questions, I mean, our mandate is price stability. And next, that's our primary mandate. And then we have a secondary mandate in which we support the policies of the European Union, as long as they don't contradict our primary mandate of price stability. Well, in the case of climate change and the sort of engagement of the central bank with the subject, you could argue that both within the primary as well as in the secondary mandate, there's a strong case to be involved. In the primary mandate, as I said, this will affect price stability. This will affect the formation of prices over time, and therefore also the way we model inflation and the way we model inflation risks. Look at the current energy crisis. That is a short-term energy crisis, but there is, of course, a longer-term energy, I wouldn't call it a crisis, but at least an energy transition that we will have to undergo that will continue to affect energy prices and thereby also inflation. Now, in the secondary mandate, it's very clear that the European Union has issued several policies, Fit for 55 and other policies, because climate change is going to affect the euro area economy. This transition is a transition that is potentially as big as the transition from agriculture to industry, for us industry to services, etc. I think the whole energy provision will have to change profoundly, and that is going to affect economic growth, economic development. It's going to affect risk-taking. The financial industry is the one that has to sort of channel the financial flows to make the investments move in the right direction. Well, we supervise the financial industry. We ask them to calculate their own financial risk. Climate risks are also creating financial risk. So to incorporate that into the supervisory instruments that we use is also, I think, a very natural reaction.
Why now?
Well, because I guess since the Paris summit, this issue has become so much more topical. I mean, we established the NGFS in 2016, which was in the aftermath of the Paris summit. And from that moment onward, I think the central banking, we were one of the founding fathers, by the way, of the NGFS. And we also pushed that the ECB became member of the NGFS as quickly as possible. From that moment onward, I think we have done what we can. Of course, there are also methodological challenges. There's a lack of reliable data. There's a lack of disclosures. And that's also, with my other hat on as chair of the Financial Stability Board, we have a climate roadmap that we try to get work going on 4 different strands. One of them is actually better disclosures of corporates and banks so that we can actually chart the climate risks much better. More consistent data on both physical risks as well as the transition risks. Thinking about sort of more structural thinking about financial stability, vulnerabilities coming from climate change. And the last one is developing supervisory and regulatory practices to deal with climate-related risk. But it needs time. These are new developments. These are new tools that need to be designed, and basically from scratch.
And what does it mean when you say to a bank, your climate risks are too high? What does that bank have to do then?
Well, that bank will have to come up with a transition plan that is Paris compatible. That's one. And secondly, in its financial risk management, it needs to take into account the financial risks that are emanating from this increased exposure on climate risk, because ultimately the climate risk will lead to concrete financial losses, and these losses will need to be provisioned, capitalized, the normal risk management tools that we have for.
Earlier this year, the ECB performed its first climate stress test. How did BNP Paribas do?
Oh my goodness, that's a surprising question. Yeah, I suspect we did well, but I must confess I have not looked in preparation for this conference. How did we do on that test? So,
But what does it mean for a bank and its decision making if the central bank says your biodiversity risks are too high?
Well, first of all, you have 2 points. One is banks to varying degrees will either put sustainability, the financing of sustainability and the risk awareness and what you do about it, either very high on the agenda or somewhat lower on the agenda. So that's the first thing. And then, of course, you have the supervisor coming in. And that's, of course, very logical in the sense that if we all agree that there's this new risk, there's the acknowledgement that the risk, the list of risks has evolved, a bit to my earlier point, then of course you need to take it into account. And banks have a key role to play. One, in making the system more resilient, that is more robust when there are climate-related risk shocks that would occur, hopefully not too many, but would occur, so the system needs to be more resilient. The second thing, of course, is that they can help their clients in making the clients more aware. But the clients are exposed to these shocks financially when the shock hits, but they're also exposed to these shocks because of stakeholder pressure. That's a very important point. You can be a company that, and you consider yourself, or the firm, you consider yourself to be rather protected, robust, what have you. If you don't do the right things, eventually your stakeholders will let you drop. They will ignore you. And there again, banks have a role to play to create awareness and to say, well, please, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that, etc. So they have, of course, a direct incentive to do that because you have the supervisor that is putting pressure. But even if the supervisor would not put pressure, they still will do that so that the clients are aware and that the clients actually will be better prepared for the future. Because the expectations of stakeholders, who is that? This governments, regulators, customers, and what have you, the staff, of course, obviously, your point as well. All these elements are very key. And then, of course, they can help, and this as well. I mean, we're a commercial company like all our peers, and then we can help also in arranging the financing and the advice, etc. But there's just a tremendous job to be done. And to your earlier point, on staffing needs, because I was thinking that that it was actually broader in scope. When you look at the analysis of the European Commission in the functioning of the Internal Market Report 2021, they have analyzed 14 eco-clusters. Go down the list. It is incredible, the resource needs that we will have. Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people, apparently, according to the Commission, are needed in construction sector alone, only for the climate transition. Now, this is a sector that has been praying for staff at the peak of the cycle more than any other sector. So you see how many issues that we have.
Labor shortage is a big problem everywhere, yeah. Linda, results of the ECB's climate stress test a couple of months ago show that most Eurozone banks don't include climate risks in their credit models. Did that surprise you?
No. Sadly not. I mean, I'm a non-executive director for a very successful, well, it's transitioned from a startup to an SME. On paper, the most amazing green company that should really get, also actually the financial fundamentals are there. However, the fact that it's only existed 5 to 6 years means that the lending is actually not great from the mainstream banks. So they would incur actually much bigger interest rates. So it's much more beneficial for them to go for venture capital and investment funds that are friendlier towards this kind of business model, which just highlights with a very concrete example that we do have an issue with how also there is a lending issue inside the system, where the model is still based on very, traditional ways of assessing risk. Green bonds are the same, right? So at the European University Institute, we just did a course on green bonds, and it was fascinating, the passionate debates that we had around what is a green bond and what it should look like and how it's linked to the issuer. And the interesting thing is, it's fantastic that the EU is trying to tidy up the standardization space, because you know, we just didn't even know what a green bond was, really, technically, when you actually looked at user proceeds, et cetera, et cetera. But the interesting thing is now the big discussion is if you issue a green bond that's completely green according to the standard, but it's linked to an issuer that's an airport, or an issuer that is not on a 1.5 pathway and compliant with Paris Agreement, then is it a green bond? Is it not a green bond? Well, technically it is, according to the standard, but then the question is, do we actually need to rethink that standard if you want to drive the transition? And then it comes to transition plans, and this is where I see a lot of lack of capacity inside the banks that we've worked with, because when it actually comes to practice, if you need a relationship manager who will explain to the client, do you have, like, you know, what KPIs have you set? Are they realistic? Are they ambitious enough? Et cetera, et cetera. There's just not enough push inside the system through the capacities that the banks have. Also, a lot of the effects, of course, hide in SMEs. So it's, again, the good old supply chain issue, right?
The small and middle businesses.
Medium-sized enterprises. And we all know that Europe is a big land of SMEs, right? And they're a powerhouse, actually, of... on average, I think they have much higher employment rates and also much more contribution to the real economy. So then the question is, how do we actually improve the financing of SMEs? And this is where Capital Markets Union could also do a lot more. And if you think about 70% of ESG, or environmental, social, and governance risks, hiding in the supply chain, and this is directly linked to biodiversity and climate, I think there needs to be a much more systematic approach how we tidy up the disclosure space. So it's great to start with CSRD, which will disclose the big companies, but then we really need to start on how do you build the capacity also in the SMEs that are supplying these companies, so that actually our stress testing becomes a lot more accurate. So that, I think, is a completely key thing.
You totally agree?
Totally agree.
Okay,
yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Nothing to add.
Let's open the floor for questions from our audience. If you have a question, I see a hand, second row. Also, if you're looking or if you're watching online, you can also drop your questions in the chat.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. I have 2 questions for the panelists. First one regards the World Economic Order. So do you think it's now proper time for another Bretton Woods? And the second question regards the euro area, because we are already, let's say, moving towards recession according to the leading indicators. And what do you think would be the policy makers' decisions or the priorities in terms of policy makers in the short run. And of course, given the fact that in the panel it's somebody from the Central and Eastern Europe, I'm also coming from Central and Eastern Europe, my last question regards the successful integration of some countries in the Eurozone, but the unsuccessful integration of other countries such as Slovenia, where GDP per capita in purchasing power parity presented a downward trend since the integration within the Eurozone. Thank you very much.
I think those were directed to you, Mr. Knot.
I mean, I think it's on the taking the geopolitical question and the world order first. I think it is unrealistic to assume that we can move back again to a Bretton Woods system of fixed exchange rate globally, if at least we still want to maintain a high degree of capital mobility and we want to at least maintain monetary sovereignty in the big blocks of the world. There is this incompatibility triangle. You can only have two out of these three objectives, but you can't have all of them. And it's logical that exchange rate stability at a global level is simply not achievable at this moment. I also think there is too much heterogeneity in economic development for that. Your second question was about the growth outlook for the euro area. Yeah, of course, I mean, the terms of trade shock that we had to suffer, it was calculated at 5% of euro area GDP by Rolf, and I think that's a correct estimate. I have no better numbers on that. That is going to hit purchasing power quite hard. Thus far, growth has surprised on the upside. I must say that growth has surprised on the upside ever since we came out of the pandemic, by the way. So the demand component in Europe should not be underestimated. It's not as strong as in the US, but it's also too simple to say that Europe is only a case of negative supply shocks. Clearly not. Again, the second quarter was a very positive surprise, by and large, because tourism appeared to be much stronger. So that will also carry us forward, I guess, through the third quarter. So the third quarter, I'm still relatively optimistic. But then, of course, the big question mark is what will happen in Q4, Q1. And it is conceivable that there will be a slowdown. I think that is a certainty. Whether it will take us in recession, that we don't know. In the individual countries, it may. Particularly in Germany, I think the mood is pretty gloomy. But to take it into a recession in the euro area, that is not, I think, a foregone conclusion. One of the very positive surprises continues to be the strength of the labor market. So there is a dichotomy between indicators of slack if you look at the labor market versus if you look at GDP growth. And it may well be that the underlying dynamics in our economy is actually a bit stronger than we sometimes think. For sure, we're going to need that through the winter. So the slowdown, yes, I would subscribe to, but the recession, I think that's still an uncertainty. It's still a foregone conclusion. At least in our projections, we do not yet project a full-blown recession, but that growth will slow down significantly. I think that is beyond doubt. Then on Slovenia, I simply cannot take that question because I would really have to look into the numbers. I have not focused on individual countries, so that is a case study where I have to pass for the moment.
William, do you share that analysis? What are your projections for the European economy going forward? Will there be a recession?
I first would like to say something on Bretton Woods.
Of course.
What happened on Monday was really fascinating because the market is extremely concerned about the fiscal policy stance that is now adopted in the UK, which caused a crash in the gilt market, but which pulled along US Treasury yields on Monday morning. So that kind of shows you that, to your point, the trilemma and the dilemma, etc., we have fully floating exchange rates, and even there, the US is not protected from what is happening, good heavens, in the UK. I mean, this is the reality. So, but on the recession, yeah, I mean, I think for me, the recession narrative becomes a bit concerning because I think what it will end up doing, I'm afraid, is that people who have cash will not dare to spend it, and people who have cash and ideas, companies who have cash and ideas, will be reluctant to proceed with their investments, simply because they say, well, you never know what's going to happen. Now, if you look at consensus forecasts, it has a technical recession, so the 2 quarters of a very shallow extent, if I remember well, Q4 and Q1, admittedly with downside risks. If that's it, I call this a look-through recession. When you're a company, you have ideas, you have cash, you simply look through it. It's really interesting in that respect. In the US, a conference board conducted a survey with CEOs. 81% expect a recession in the next 12 to 18 months. Brief, shallow, limited spillover. If you're in that situation, what are you going to do? Unless you're cash constrained or liquidity constrained, you kind of ignore it. And this is really a hopeful sign, in addition to the insistence that you've put on the strength of the labor market and starting from a high level, etc. And same thing in the US. So perhaps if any effort that we can do together in kind of scaling down the recession narrative, I think would be good.
Mr. Knut.
Yeah, on the labor market, the fact that the labor market is so strong also makes it quite likely that even if growth were to go down, that the run-up in unemployment might actually be quite limited, because there will be a lot of labor hoarding, because those employers that did actually sack their workers, look at Schiphol Airport, they regret it very, very much, right? That they did so, because they have no way of finding the workers again. So the initial reaction may well be for many workers to hang on to their employees and not actually lay them off, given the recent experience coming out of the pandemic.
But there's a strange thing happening in the labor market, because the market is tight, yes, but at the same time there are companies that are letting people go because they cannot be profitable with these high energy prices. So there is both sides, both things are happening right now.
Well, if you believe that energy prices are structurally higher, then some forms of economic production actually will not be viable, and that is part of the reallocation, the dynamic reallocation of resources in an economy. And if anything, we suffer from the fact that this kind of dynamism has been put on hold for 2 years, because our government has essentially kept all firms alive, even the ones that may not even be viable from a longer-term perspective. And that's why we are always saying, be careful with overly generous fiscal support packages, because what you also do is you completely lock down your economy. And normally, an economy needs creative destruction. It needs a certain amount of dynamism. Non-viable firms should fail, so that the capital and the labor that's locked up in these firms can actually move to viable firms and more productive.
Yes, but we are in a very strange situation right now with high energy prices. It's different than during the COVID
Yes, but we're also in a situation where
pandemic.
in the Netherlands we have a positive output gap that we almost estimated 3%. I mean, we have almost 1.5 vacancy per unemployed in the Netherlands. So these people are needed desperately elsewhere on the labor market. Of course, this is not necessarily true for the euro area. I'm not switching to the Netherlands, but
yeah. Question at the front, Graham Bishop.
Yes, I'm afraid another question to the Governor. You specifically mentioned twice about risk-based capital charges for sovereign debt held by banks. Now, rather more than 30 years ago, I used to write to Professor Bitterlich and his colleagues on this question, and was roundly ignored, to say the least. Now we're in the situation where we would found it quite difficult to have had the crisis, the 2010 crisis, if we had not had banks being overexposed. Why is it that governments are so reluctant, and one can understand, but when it is so obvious that the market is differentiating and the risk worthiness, the risk standing, the credit rating agencies do the same, why won't governments accept the judgment of everybody else except them and allow this change to go through?
Well, that is really a question that you should direct toward those governments that are actually blocking this fiercely. I entirely agree that this is a big, big mistake. I think in terms of economic allocation, risk should always be priced. Because if you have underpricing of risk, the consequence is excessive risk-taking. And that's why you get into the financial crisis like we went through in Europe. Unfortunately, the moment in which you go from zero risk weighting to positive risk weighting is, of course, a difficult moment. And some governments will argue that this is not the moment, because debt is very high, and some governments depend very much on shoveling that debt into the domestic banking system, otherwise they would face much higher financing costs. So it is against their own short-term self-interest. Unfortunately, they are creating longer-term problems all the time by not addressing this short-term sort of bump that they have to overcome.
A question here, and then third row. Final two questions.
Thank you so much. This was terrific. I have two really quick questions. I understand the political controversy around banking union and deposit insurance in particular. What's the political controversy that's preventing the completion of capital markets union? That would be very helpful for me to understand. The second question, and this is to you, Governor Knot, you said that the United States has a demand shock that it also has to deal with, and so will have to go further. Did you mean to imply that the landing zone for interest rates in the euro area should be expected to be below the landing zone for interest rates in the United States and also in the UK?
So what was the first? Oh, the capital markets union. Yeah. I don't think that there's actually much political resistance to capital markets union, but one of the big sort of struggles is insolvency law. If you want to have true pan-European investment, you cannot expect from an investor, and definitely not one coming from abroad, that he or she has to acquaint himself with 27 different insolvency laws. Now, the problem with harmonizing insolvency law is that every single country of these 27 is of the opinion that his or her insolvency law is absolutely superior to the other 25 or 26. And that's the problem that has been sort of impeding further progress on this area. Institutionally, these are also not finance ministries and economics ministries. These are ministries of justice that have a completely different take on economic integration and the virtue of economic integration, etc. So I would say it's more a technocratic obstacle that, it would need a lot of political sort of push to overcome it. But I think that's the main obstacle that is withholding us from more integration. Your second question was about the demand in the US. It's very, very, very tricky to make any statements about terminal rates. What I do know is that if there is a stronger demand aspect to the inflation, you already see that reflected in much higher wages. And wage formation is, of course, the main channel through which you have second-order effects. So you could already say that in the US, the second-round effects are already more pervasive than they are in the euro area. So ceteris paribus, because there is a lot that I cannot take into account here, but ceteris paribus, yes, you would expect terminal rates to be higher in the US. But of course, it will all play out. How sticky will inflation be? And the longer inflation sticks around, we have more product and labor market rigidities in the euro area. So then the verdict, that might actually change the verdict over time. But based on what I see today, I would think yes, because of the sort of higher demand character of the inflation problem.
Can I just add one word on the first question? One of the other areas where really it's a snail-paced type of progress is on securitization, which is really highly, highly, highly needed in the context of the financing of the energy transition. And securitization, I have the impression, by many people is still associated with the mortgage-backed security blow-up in the US. And if we are not able to differentiate between an instrument and a specific set of circumstances in a country or in several countries, then we will never make progress. And another point that strikes me in seeing some of these debates is there is a tendency to add a lot of points to the list of topics to be discussed, which I consider to be of secondary importance in all immodesty. When you talk about CMU and there's a chapter on financial literacy. Sorry, it's important, I'm passionate about it, but I do not think that that is now the top priority in making progress on CMU.
Final question.
Thank you. Thanks for the great panel. Let me start with a remark on education. So I fully support what the panel has said, that university education, higher education, has to adjust and to start teaching in a way that addresses societal challenges. And I think there's a lot of awareness in, let's say, certainly in the Netherlands, but I think globally to do that.
And you work at the university.
Yes, that's why I'm saying it. As an example, our Master of Economics next year will be completely redesigned to start from societal challenges like inequality, sustainability, and technology, and from there on teach the fundamentals of economics. So, but that's just one example. Then the question. So, going to this secondary and primary mandate of the ECB. So I'm trying to get some feeling of what that means in practice. And I can imagine that there's also trade-offs for the ECB in doing that. So, and I was thinking of the pandemic asset purchasing program as a potential example. So many people have argued that the start of the pandemic asset purchase program, roughly at the same time as the next EU Recovery Fund initiative by the European Commission, was essentially a support program for growth in Europe. So it was driven more by, let's say, the ambitions of Europe than by price stability. But at the time it was, well, that's what many people have argued. You can disagree with that. But now, 2 years later, of course, we got the energy prices, and then, as you said, the ECB was still stuck with this asset purchasing program. So if the first step was indeed to some extent driven by the secondary motive, then the next step in 2020-21 might have been compromised or endangered exactly by doing that. So how does the ECB see this type of trade-off in its actual policies?
Well, I mean, I disagree, because with the start of the pandemic, the situation was that inflation had been around 1% for a very long period of time. It was very sort of stubborn. And what does it mean, 1% inflation? Well, first of all, it falls short of the target that we've set ourselves. But secondly, it also means you're very close to deflation. Because if you take the elements of the Boskin report and you correct for the measurement error in inflation, that essentially 1% inflation is price stability. And why do we aim for 2%? Because we want to have a second percent, a sort of buffer, that we don't immediately, with the first negative shock, have deflation, etc. But if you start at 1% inflation and you get the pandemic, which is a huge negative demand shock at that point in time, for sure, your deflation risk as a central bank also increases significantly. So the reason to start PEP was actually to counter that deflation risk. That could be perfectly rationalized from our primary mandate. The fact that it helped government borrowing costs, keeping government borrowing costs contained, through which governments could more easily borrow and then finance, for instance, the RRF with its sustainability investments, etc., that was a nice sort of side effect, but it was not our primary motivation. Our primary motivation was in the core of our mandate, that if you start at 1% and you get such a huge negative lock, of course it's going to be deflationary, and you have to respond to that if you have a 2% inflation target. So I don't see that dilemma, and actually also the exit from the PEP, that was motivated by monetary policy reasons. The inflation picture was clearly changing. At the same time, had we been too aggressive and wanting to get out too quickly, then we would have run the risk of creating financial instability at the markets. And financial instability in the markets also very quickly then again has deflationary effects. So that's why we came to the conclusion, and you can debate whether that was the right conclusion, but that we couldn't do it any faster than having a 10 billion a month reduction. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, people might say, oh, you could have been more courageous, you could also have done 15 or 20 billion a month, and then you would have been out. We will never know, okay? But we thought that this was the best pace in which we would not trigger any financial instabilities that would have thrown us back again had we triggered these financial instabilities in bond markets.
Thank you. Sorry, that's all we have time for. I'm here to guard the time also. Thank you for your questions. Thank you. Thank you to our speakers in our final panel. Klaas Knot, William de Velder and Linda Zeilina. I would like to thank all the speakers here today and you, of course, for traveling to Maastricht, to our conference. Before we wrap up and have a drink together, I would like to give the floor to Carola van der Weijden for some closing remarks.
Sorry, and I have to leave. I have a train to catch.
We can...
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Don't worry, I will keep it short because I think everybody is looking forward to the drinks in the lounge behind us. Ladies and gentlemen, dear attendees, we are very happy to have welcomed you all here in the government at the Maas in Maastricht. This city, this region, is the birthplace of Maastricht Treaty. 30 years ago, the Maastricht Treaty was signed here in this building, in this actual building, and I hope you have enjoyed the exposition of this historical moment earlier this day. Maastricht is not only the birthplace of the European Union as we know it today. We also like to see Maastricht and Limburg as the place where people speak about and work on the future of Europe. For that reason, Studio Europe Maastricht was founded, our partner at organizing this event today. Studio Europe Maastricht does research into European affairs, conserves and cherishes the European heritage, and facilitates public debate and reflection about our continent. For this event, we could not have had a better partner. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this event and all of these profound and inspirational speakers, there's not much left for me to say. We talked about the ideals at the basic of the European Treaty and how difficult it is sometimes to maintain these ideals in times of crisis. It's a complex puzzle, and debates like this contribute to finding a sustainable European perspective, a Europe without a war, and with well-being for every inhabitant. I would like to highlight the topics that have been addressed during the course of this day. Joachim Bitterlich, I think he already left the building, but he reminded us of the reasons why the European Monetary Union was founded, and he made clear why these reasons are still relevant for the State of the Union today. Dr. Benedicta Marzinotto, Graham Bishop, and Mathieu Zegers talked about the clear and present possibilities and the opportunities that the European funds offer to build a stronger and future-proof Europe. A Europe that is able to make inevitable transformations in the geopolitical, climate, health, and society in the years to come. And a Europe that is able to handle the big crises we endure, for example, in energy. We talked about the importance to learn from our past, from bygone crises, like the euro crisis, that gave us a new perspective at the European monetary and fiscal policies. Dr. Rolf Strauch, Dr. Maria de Mercis, and Dr. Eric Jones provided us with an enlightening insight in the recent developments in the monetary world, their consequences, and the role of the ECB in this changing landscape. And last but not least, 3 high-profile leaders from the financial world, Dr. Klaas Knot, Linda Zeilina, and William de Velder, voiced their view on the responsibilities and influence that banks have, their responsibilities in the development of the European Monetary Union, and the influence they have on shaping the future policies and frameworks. I would also like to use this opportunity to express my pride and gratitude for the fact that many young fellow Europeans are present in the audience today. I think I speak for all of us when I say that it makes us hopeful and optimistic to see that the next generation is interested in the near future of Europe and the European Monetary Union in particular. The Maastricht Treaty, after all, is older than most of you are. Some of you perhaps weren't even born when this treaty was signed. But it speaks volumes about the legacy of Maastricht Treaty and the impact it still has, that we, in 2022, are still talking and debating about it, within the context of the future of our continent, and what you are willing to take note of and to take part of in this conversation. Today we have heard experts and insiders who were witnessed and the coming of age of the European Union that we know today. Some of them were even actually involved in shaping the Union. And we talked about the challenges of the future. I hope that in the years to come, you, the next generation Europeans, will be those that will sit at their spot, because that would mean that Europe and the Union have entered a new and even brighter future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.